that Ms. Heitrick mentioned earlier of $150,000 to conduct a study. This number is largely a placeholder and is a policy choice for the committee to make. The appropriation would begin the effective date of this bill and end June 30th, 2028. And then page 7, line 19 through 22 is section 3, providing for an immediate effective date. So those funds may be accessed immediately upon the passage of the bill.
Mr. Chair, one final comment, and that is that we consulted with the Wyoming Community College Commission this morning, had the opportunity to discuss that appropriation, and they've requested an additional $50,000 to complete the study. They believe that $200,000 is sufficient to also include travel of that large stakeholder group.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Scott.
Chairman, my question is really going to be directed to you rather than to the LSO. You know, each of us legislators is a little parochial. We know our home district a lot better than we know the rest of the state. And my perception here in Casper is the dual and concurrent enrollment is working very well. I've known any number of people that have taken advantage of it, including relatives. It seems to be working smoothly and very successful. So are there problems elsewhere where there isn't a local community college? What's the real need for the bill?
Thank you, Senator Scott. So essentially, I mean, what I'm finding around the state is that there is not a full opportunity to take as much dual enrollment as we are trying to accomplish in this bill. So for most students, even if there is a community college in their community, the way the program's set up, what they can and can't take is very much controlled by the high school. And they're not necessarily allowed or provided the opportunity to get as much credit as they need to complete something such as an associate's degree. You know, I think having this available in Wyoming is definitely important to me. This is something I did in another state. Actually, I got an associate's degree while in high school, and that was very helpful. And I think that there's, you know, as long as that opportunity is available, I don't see why students shouldn't be able to pursue that opportunity in Wyoming. I think with a lot of this, though, you know, the college has to actually accept the student as a student. They have to apply. So, you know, not everyone will be able to do it, but those who are, you know, are performing at that level and have the maturity to be able to attend those classes either on campus or online should have as much access as possible. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. And we'll now move on to public comment. Good afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning. I'm usually doing this in the afternoon. That's the thing. Yeah.
You guys.
Yeah.
At least I think it's still morning. Laurel Ballard with the Community College Commission. I just wanted to express our appreciation for this bill and the opportunity to study it. Some of these pieces around dual and concurrent enrollment. I will say with the changes that were enacted last year, there's lots of excitement about what can be, but there's a lot of confusion, especially as we're in the early stages of implementation around this. I will say that we are finding the exceptions to the rules on a lot of these things and figuring out how to deal with those. So I have a parent who that is in a community where her daughter's taking she's a homeschool student, but taking 3 classes like band, art, and choir with the school district. If they take any additional classes within the school district, which the way things are set up is that they would have to register for an additional class. It would actually make her a full-time student in the district, which she does not want. And so then trying to figure out where the funding is available for this for the student and her family. She can't do the ESA because the ESA doesn't allow you to take classes from the school district. The school district is not, has not chosen to be an education service provider. And so this parent's kind of like, so now then the question is, where is their funding? We have $750,000 to distribute out to the colleges, which certainly they could use that funding for this. But it's really, that's about $52,000 a year for 2 years for the colleges to be able to use that funding. $52,000 doesn't go very far when we're talking about paying for a substantial amount of dual enrollment classes. And so there's just a lot of confusion. And so an opportunity to kind of take this and kind of look at the whole and come up with a plan, I think is going to be a really figure out what's working, where we can add and beef some of this up, create some clarity for both the colleges and the school districts and families, I think will be important. So I'm just here to certainly answer any questions that you may have, but to provide our support for this bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Dr. Ballard. And on page 3, as you kind of noted in your comments, it says expansion of opportunities for students enrolled in Wyoming high schools to earn an associate's degree. And I think you've raised a good question about, is that a full-time enrollment or not? Question 1. And then the ESA, which you actually specifically have to not unenroll if you're enrolled and not be enrolled in order to qualify for the ESA. So that one seems to be a little more simpler as it stands now in statute. They would not be eligible for this, but the other one I think is something to consider if they're not full-time. And obviously I think a policy decision, but so what are your thoughts about the full-time versus part-time in terms of the policy considerations?
Mr. Chairman, so are we talking about full-time in a school district?
Yes.
Okay. So, I think that there are considerations, right? So if I have a student that is a homeschool student that wants to take 5 classes, let's say 5 dual enrollment classes, the mechanism, if they wanted to, we require for them, and they would need to, right, to register with the school district to be able to take classes. There's a requirement within the school for funding and for accountability for several reasons, which I'm sure the department could speak to in more detail, but that requires, like, if you take more than 50% of your classes from a school district, then you have to then you're actually considered a full-time student in that school district, which many homeschool parents don't want. So then they're like, if I have a school district that has 7 classes associated, so if I'm taking 3, and I want to take 2 more, then and then trying to figure out how am I going to have the other 2 paid for, even if I can get the first 3 paid for by the school district. There's just a lot of confusion for parents and students on knowing how to operate within the system right now, because it's confusing, right? The department has the $20 million you allocated to them for this biennium. And then they also have the ESA, right, and trying to figure all of that out. Then there's still BOCES and BOCHES funding. There's the funding that the Community College Commission has. And so for a parent, it's really difficult to be able to do these things. So.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are your thoughts about how we clear that up? The best approach to try to begin to clear up, even because I agree with you, even now how things are. I have a freshman, we've talked about this before, granddaughter that is actually just beginning a sophomore year next week. And just navigating some of this space. And it's really, I couldn't put fault with a particular group or person. It's just hard. It's a little bit more challenging even before this bill to navigate some of this issues of wanting to take college classes. And so I understand your point about that, but I guess I'm curious as to thoughts about how do we begin to bring clarity to that? Is that through a statute, or is that more of a rulemaking issue and then communication issue out to parents, whether they're in the district or homeschool parents? How do we try to tackle that?
I think for this moment, it's about communication but I think that's that's what I was seeing in this study, is to start figuring out what does it look like so that the system is achieving the goals that you've outlined here, and doing it in such a way that it creates that clarity for everyone.
Chairman Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple questions. Dr. Ballard, first of all, we give you a pot of money, we go, yay, go for it, have fun, and let's get this thing going. In the past, I've been wondering, do you think the barriers have been created because of lack of money, or do you think because of lack of staffing, or because there isn't a junior college, particularly in your area, or what have been the barriers, and how is this money going to make the difference? Before I know the study hasn't been done, but what are your thoughts on that?
I think there are lots of barriers, right? I mean, the school districts have an ability to make decisions that if their boards have an ability to look at what their community needs and desires are and make their own rules, which then we've seen, right? The differences in the communities, that's part of the concern, right? Some communities have an ability to offer, and then you have the BOCES and BOCHES, which communities have the choice as to whether or not they want to implement those mill levies and implement them for dual enrollment. There's just a lot of flexibility, and it's not a lot of cohesion across the state in how we do it. And then, so I think there's some of that. We know we have some districts that choose to allow the credit to count for high school credit. We have others that don't. And so there's just a lot of, I think, inconsistency. And so, like I said, that's why I like the study, right? Because it gives us a chance to really look at those and then make some come together, because with this broad stakeholder group to come together to figure out what really could work for everyone. I mean, there's just lots of different types of things.
Follow up?
Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought about this, and I know it's probably a weird thought, the things you think about at night, but I've thought about, would all the junior colleges be, for something like this? Because, there's that opportunity that they're going to miss out on, possibly, with students not coming to campus because they're going to be taking things online. Granted, it's going to probably be great for UW and other colleges, but is there any kind of pushback there by any of the colleges about the fact that, these kids aren't going to come and experience CWC in Riverton or WWC in Rock Springs or whatever? Have you thought about that? Or is that just a weird stuff that I have going through my mind at night? I shouldn't talk about my dreams, but anyway.
Ms. Ballard.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Schuler, I think that it's certainly a question, right? It's something they've talked about, right? If you have students that are taking all of their classes while they're still in high school, missed out on some opportunities. If you look at the way LCCC has, when they presented in June, right, they really kind of set it up so that students really completed their first year. That's what they were looking at, right, in the programs that they had set up to be able to complete their first year. And then that brings them to the campus their first year of college. When they go to college, then they're on campus for that second year. It's definitely been a topic of conversation. I think they're excited about the opportunity. And you asked me what the challenges were. We certainly had a barrier in funding before. If you looked at someplace like Northwest College up in Powell and LCCC, neither the colleges nor the school districts were implementing the BOCES and BOCES mill levies for dual enrollment. And so they were kind of stuck with the 12 credits that they had to pay for, but beyond that, they would have to continue to eat the funding for it. And so certainly that was definitely a barrier. So just to kind of go back, if you're asking about the funding, I mean, the funding does help with that. It'll provide a lot of opportunities for students. I think we have a lot of students that were already taking dual enrollment. I think that we're going to see a lot more students taking more credits we'll have more students, but we'll have more credits being earned by individual students, potentially with the funding that, or at least the opportunity for that with the funding that's been provided.
All right, further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Chalk?
Good morning, Teresa Chalk, Superintendent, Lincoln 1, Kimmer. So I guess I'm going to start off with saying I feel very perplexed. Yesterday, we had a bill proposed that says that we have too many standards. We need to reduce the standards. Students aren't being proficient. And then on this end, we're offering all college classes to all students. So which is it? Do we have kids that are intelligent, cognitive, and can learn and can take college classes in place of our high school classes? Because I'm just very perplexed. I'm getting two different messages. And so I just want to point that out that, and then with the schools not being able to say who is prepared and who can or can't take a college class, I'm sorry, that's utterly ridiculous. You guys don't know our students. We know our students. And if we have no say in who may or may not take a class, we're hurting their college transcripts. So I just think that you need to lighten up on the dictating of what schools can and can't do when it comes to doing what's best for our students. It's very infuriating. In Kimmer, we've had dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment. We always have. Money's never been the issue. It's staff. I mean, we go to Western Wyoming and say, we want this. We can do that. We can do that. Okay, well, we need the staff. Oh, no, the school has to provide the staff. Well, we can't hire teachers to teach high school classes, let alone teachers to teach college classes. So I just think we need to lighten up on saying that we have no say on who may or may not enroll, because we do. We have GPA standards. And then if you fail a college class, you don't get to take another one unless you've raised your GPA, because all you're doing is hurting them. If I let a kid take 4 college classes and they have 4 Fs, what's that doing to them when they do graduate high school? You know, I mean, because that's what you guys are telling us, is we have no say. I think you need to let the people that's closest to the students make those decisions. We're not turning kids away. I've taught dual enrollment. I mean, when we need people, we figure out how to get certified to do that. But I mean, I can't teach welding, thank God. But I'm just saying there's issues that you guys just legislate based on information you get, thinking that we're not doing our jobs. We're doing our jobs, and I would appreciate a little appreciation for us doing our jobs and doing what's best for students. On the other thing about 50% enrollment in homeschool, it is not difficult. You have to follow the rules. You guys made that rule. If you're 50% enrolled in my school, you're my student, your scores count, and you have to take assessments. If parents don't want to choose that, then you can't take 50% enrollment. You can stay with your decision to be a homeschool provider. But if you want to take 2 or 3 classes, you're more than welcome. But if you're going to be 50% or more, you have to enroll and take our assessment. You have to take the class in our tech lab. And because we only control the students that are enrolled with us. We can't, I mean, you guys have made it clear, homeschool can do whatever they want. Made it clear. I've been here 29 years. It's ridiculous. Those kids, some of those parents do an excellent job. Some of them don't teach and their kids are illiterate. And you guys don't let us do anything about that. So maybe think of that. And then on the ESA, I'm not going to be a vendor. You guys want to do that right? Then you let me enroll my kids. I get ADM. You figure out how to deduct that from their $7 grand. I'm not charging any kid to come to my school. We're free education. So you enroll, you're on my ADM. I get that money. You figure out how to take that money out of their $7,000. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Right, this time.
Fred Hollingshead, Director of the Cowboy State Virtual Academy in Sheridan, number 1. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about a few things. I was just listening to Ms. Ballard and Superintendent Chalk, and one of the things that came up was staffing, and that's on my list as well, real quick. First, I would just want to mention that I am fully supportive of providing as many opportunities as we can for our kids across the state. Trying to find a way to provide equitable access. I think you, Chairman, you mentioned that as one of the reasons. Certainly geography plays a role in access across our state and can be very difficult for some kids to have the same level of access. Senator Scott had asked, for the purpose of the bill, and that was one of my questions as well. I do believe we have lots and lots of access across the state already. I'm curious as to where we're missing something. But then I started thinking about what might improve access. And so I've come up with a few things to mention to you that I didn't read in the bill, and I understand the bill is just to fund a study. So right now, we're not doing anything more than that. We're just proposing, looking at it and exploring it. So I appreciate the opportunity for this committee to do that ahead of creating a bill and opening up doors and having unintended consequences. But I think there's some things that you might want to consider adding to the study, or at least if it's not already in there inherently, at least spelling out specifically. So in the Cowboy State Virtual Academy, our kids have opportunities, and I don't know if the other virtual programs allow this or not. I'm not sure how they work, and they can talk about that if later when they're here. But we allow our kids to take classes from any of the community colleges, which is beneficial. We're a statewide program, you may recall, K-12, but we have kids in Evanston who take classes at Western Wyoming. We have kids in Cheyenne who take classes at LCCC. And I don't deny the Evanston kid a chance to take classes at LCCC or the Cheyenne kid to take classes at Western, if that makes sense. Like, our kids can take classes anywhere. It raises a number of different issues for us, though. And so with the College Commission in the room and with your study, I would ask you guys to include looking at a single sign-on for students, allowing students wherever they live to take classes from any of the community colleges. The difficulty for our kids is Western might use one learning management system and Central might use a different one, and LCCC. And if I've got a kid taking 3 classes in 3 different community colleges, he has to have 3 different accounts and he might use 3 different LMSs. It gets pretty messy for the kids. And I've often wondered why our community college system, we don't all just use one system for that, if that makes sense. I would wonder about a single application. If I apply to take classes, I'm not applying to take classes at one community college. I'm applying to take classes at all of them. And if I get accepted in one, I'm accepted at all of them. So I think access can be improved, or opportunities can be increased for kids across the state, virtual or in person, brick and mortar students, it doesn't matter, if kids had access to all of the colleges regardless. I think the MOU process that we're required to do, individual MOUs with all of the community colleges, is a hassle for us. I mean, it'd be much simpler if the state just said kids can take classes and we don't need to do MOUs, and the state gets billed, or in one massive bill we get it for all of the colleges, whatever. I think my point is there is a way to create a system that provides better access and more opportunities if the system was a singular system and not individualized by community colleges, if that makes sense. In terms of funding, here's some other things that I would want you to consider for the study. In the recalibration bill, I think it was Senator Rothfuss who added the $10 million additional funding for dual and concurrent enrollment, which is outstanding. It's amazing. Love to have that there. But when it comes to the ability for kids to enroll and use that funds, it dawns on me, especially in our most rural communities, that they're not just driving down the highway to take classes at, in a dual enrollment environment. Really what we may need funding for is to help teachers earn master's degrees so then they can teach concurrent enrollment and kids aren't driving all over the state in the winter to attend in person, 20 miles down the road or whatever. It just seems like to me, if this is the ultimate goal, one of the things this committee should be looking at is making sure there's better access locally, and we do that through concurrent, not dual. But in order to do that, that goes back to the staffing. We have to make sure that our high school teachers, or any teachers really, a middle school teacher can get a master's in English and then teach 10-10. It doesn't matter. But I guess I'm saying I think we might want to consider what it would cost the state to help teachers get master's degrees. Instead of putting funding always towards enrollment costs for students, maybe it's a staffing issue. We need to have more people being able to provide the opportunities. I think one of the unintended consequences that you're going to find, again, related to staffing, is that and I'll use the word push, it feels like we're pushing high school kids to take more classes. But the more we do that, if it's a dual enrollment, there's limited seats, right? Like I have kids in my program that want to take English 10-10, and locally at LCCC, the online version of that might be full. So then we'll put them in another one in a different community college, which is fine. And then those will be full. And the more and more kids that we keep putting in these classes, especially remotely, you're going to have a staffing need, I imagine, like as I think about it in the future, at the college level. Your colleges might be asking for more staff. And so there's an unintended financial consequence that may happen there. If we actually help teachers in high schools get master's degrees, so they can teach concurrent versions, well, as teachers earn credits, they're moving over on your salary schedules across the state, and funding for staffing may go up as a cost associated with that. So I guess I'm just thinking in terms of future costs as we put more and more kids in these roles and give them opportunities. Either they're taking them dual and your colleges are going to need more staff, or they're taking them concurrently and your districts are going to need more funding for salaries as salaries increase. So I think that should be a part of your study. And anyway, look at the cost that could be associated with that. As more and more of your students across the state are taking virtual college courses, I think the hot topic of technology and one-to-one or not one-to-one, and how much are we putting into our block grant for technology, I think the access to laptops and whatnot are going to increase as well. And so I think that should be studied. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's my list there. I'm happy to stand for questions from you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Good morning.
My name is Gina Lamb Pickett, and I'm a member of the Wyoming Association of Board of Cooperative Educational Services, BOCES, and we go by the name of ACES, our association does. So for just about the past 30 years, BOCES across the state have managed and provided critical resources to dual enrollment programs by providing student advisors and funding for those positions, as well as other resources needed to implement dual credit programs. You can say that we're the boots on the ground. We are working with the students in the schools and helping them choose their college courses that they're going to take for dual credit. It's very important because sometimes high school students get lost in the process and they're not a college student, and college advisors are working with college students. And so these roles of BOCES advisors and advisors for dual credit programs are really important to help guide these students through the program. And I've talked to some people, some community colleges that have dual credit programs that say they could not operate their program without the funding and the advisors from BOCES programs. So what we are asking for is that in the proposed bill on paragraph 1B, that BOCES organizations are considered as part of the representatives and the stakeholders in these programs. And if you could do that, we would appreciate that very much because we feel like I said, we're the boots on the ground dealing with students. Now if I can take my professional hat off and put my parent hat on. I have two daughters who graduated across the street from NC with 30 dual credits when they graduated from high school. It was wonderful. It helped them out greatly when they got to college. I am concerned, though, about this push for associate degrees for high school students. We do have some students here in Natrona County that do graduate with an associate's degree. But when that happens, you're sending an 18-year-old down to UW probably to go into junior level courses, maybe not have the maturity level, and it can be very difficult for them. I've talked to some students personally who have done that and told me that they would not advise that their fellow friends do that because socially it's difficult. And also doing that while they were in high school, they had to give up a lot of high school things like going to dances, going to football games, getting to be in plays and band concerts. So even though it sounds wonderful to get an associate's degree when you're in high school, there are other circumstances that should be considered. In my position, I've been in it for 13 years. I've advised thousands and worked with thousands of high school students taking dual credit programs. And that's why I also think it's important for BOCES to be included in this bill. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Strzok.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess I'm just curious, why do you think there is a push for that? Why are we pushing to get our kids through so quickly and have a college associates before we graduate or as we're graduating?
I really can't answer that completely. What I have noticed is that it's funding. You know, parents think if my student can get that associate's degree when they go to college, that we won't pay as much money out of our pocket. So that's what I've personally seen the most of. It's usually high achieving students who want to get ahead, maybe students who want to eventually go to law school or medical school. It might mean fewer loans that they have to take out.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing
Thank you.
none, thank you. Is there any further public testimony? Anybody else in the room want to testify on this bill that's not at the table right now? Nobody? Okay. Is there anybody online?
No, Mr. Chairman, there is not.
All right, we'll close public testimony after Mr. Christensen.
Thank you, Chairman Andrew. Chase Christensen, WASSP. I just want to commend the idea of putting this forward as a study. I believe that in the process of this, what you're going to find is what our high school principals across the state have known for a long time, that many of the courses that we're teaching at the high school level meet the quality and rigor of the courses that our students meet when they get to a community college or university. And if we're able to end up awarding credit and see our students in a better and more qualified position leaving high school, I think there's nothing but good to happen from that. I would like to reiterate what Mr. Holling said, kind of pointed. I think that the relationship, and to your point, Senator Scott, when a school has to work with one community college, it tends to be an easy relationship to build, an easy relationship to maintain. That's not true for every community college in the state. There are places where our high schools do struggle to build those relationships with the community college that is chosen to serve them. And it's not as easy for our students to access those. The idea of working across multiple community colleges with the university gets to be a daunting task for a district, as a principal, a superintendent to undertake. If through this study, we were able to find a common LMS that we could have single login for our students, if we were able to build an MOU process where a school could sign an MOU with the Community College Commission that would open access to all of our community colleges, I think that would alleviate some staffing issues, because we may be staffed up in one community college where we're lacking in another. And rather than students being told, no, you can't take English 1010, maybe you're going to take English 1010 from Western instead of Eastern this year. And we can better utilize and more efficiently utilize the resources that we've available in the state to accomplish the same ends. The idea of a jump start. This is something, and I hate to go personal with comment here, but my nephews were able to take advantage of just across the border in Idaho. They went to high school and they had jump start early college programs that provided them far more access than our students have. And I would not have said that prior to watching them go through high school, because I thought our system, and I still believe our system, is fantastic. But there are improvements that can be made. So again, as I started out, I'd just like to commend the idea that this is put forward as a study. If we can ease the process. Last piece, the advising aspect, making sure that our high school students are taking a good route with the courses that they choose to take, is done well in many places. There can be improvements made in others. And I think that if what came from this is that we have a layer of college advisors that are intent on focusing on high school students that are taking college for dual and concurrent enrollment, that would be a terrific outcome. That we've got intentional advising happening for all of those students rather than some. I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Co-chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is you're probably not the right one to ask, but I'm going to ask anyway. The gentleman that spoke from Cowboy State virtual talked about how their students can have access at all of the other junior colleges in the state. Do you know how many of the other virtual programs allow that sort of thing, or do they just, stay in their area? If students are in Evanston and they can only go to Western Wyoming College, because of, or maybe they're in Lincoln one or whatever. Do you know what the access is like for the other virtual programs by chance?
Through you, Chairman, Senator Schuler. I'm not going to speak for your virtual schools. You're going to hear from all of them this afternoon, I'm certain. So I'll let you question that at the end, but I will speak from experience in a more traditional school environment. I did have opportunity to work with multiple colleges where one offered a program that the other didn't. And I think if we make that easier, then, right now, I think it's pretty tough for a high school to enroll students across multiple colleges for something like English 1010 or Political Science 1000 or those classes, because our community colleges, we have our MOU with them, and we have to go through the entire process to get an MOU with another college. And it might be that we just there's a wait list at a college, we need one kid in a class. I don't know that for English 1010, it matters if we take that course through Northwest College or if we take it through Sheridan College. It's going to be basically the same class, University of Wyoming or concurrent enrollment. That door should be opened up and made easier. I have had success in the past building when there's not a program. Like, we can go to another college, but again, it's the full MOU process again. If that can be cleaned up, just made easier so that we have a fantastic community college system. We should not be forcing them to build duplicative programs. They should be able to specialize and provide great programs that are to their community needs. But if a student in Sheridan wants to take a class in Gillette because that's more aligned to their career path, they should be able to do that without question.
Thank you. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this point, there seems to be a little consensus around it, and we definitely don't need this bill to accomplish that, to study the fact that everybody seems to agree that we should have an easier system and not have to build an MOU. So I'm curious, how many MOUs do you end up having to enter into through this process? It does seem like it's going to be laborious when you were superintendent. Tell me a little bit more about that.
It honestly depends on your kids year to year. And I think the issue ends up being that especially in maybe a larger district, your time to do so and your willingness may be reduced to be thinking about an individual student and potentially approaching another community college for an MOU when you've got one student that needs that program. I'll talk specifically. A couple of years ago, I had a senior who was intent on earning a fire science degree. We've got a fantastic fire science program at Casper College, but there aren't many around the state other than that. I think Cheyenne's got one. Certainly Sheridan College doesn't have a class, let alone a program. And, you know, I was able to, over the course of a month, work with Casper College and get the MOU figured out and get that student enrolled in the fire science program through Casper College. But again, I was in a system that was very small. I had 10 seniors to figure that out for. I think when we get to a spot where you're talking 300, 400 seniors, that's not necessarily going to be the norm, that we have a kid come and say, I'd like to pursue fire science. And we then establish a full nother set of MOUs, where if we just had an MOU through Laramie Community, through the Wyoming Community College Commission, and it opened up the door to all of our community colleges. When a kid comes and says, I want fire science, I want automotive technology, I want X, Y, Z, then that door's already open. It's not an onerous process to get to that student being able to have access to those courses.
Yeah, thank you. I can see the value to that. It looks like Mr. Wilmarth has a point to add.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Office, to a point on the MOUs, I think the purpose of those are twofold. One, it's to kind of organize the agreements just overall with the districts and the community college districts or the University of Wyoming or any other post-secondary institution that they partner with. But it also outlines who pays for what. And I think it varies by school district and community college district. And if there's BOCES involved, there's different revenue sources available. And so I think that's the key piece in terms of the MOUs, because under the statute, if under this MOU program, students are prohibited from being charged any fees for their participation in those courses. So perhaps in Campbell County, I think we heard from that BOCES last meeting, they just pay for all those costs. It may be different in other districts without substantial mineral revenue. So I think that's the key piece on that MOU, is trying to identify who pays for what. It may just be different in those different counties and school districts.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I appreciate that, Mr. Wilmarth. You've opened a tremendous opportunity with the idea that we're providing a $10 million reimbursement to our high schools, our districts around the state. That could very easily be turned from a reimbursement process to state will cover the cost. And that doesn't have to be part of it.
Thank you. Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Mr. Christensen, and your comments. I've been wrestling with this with my own granddaughter, and when I hear some people talk about forcing kids into this, I guess that's not how I see it. And so would you share with me a little bit about your thoughts about that? To me, it's about opening a lane in our smaller district, especially where we don't have gifted and talented programs. This is a way to offer, at least for some students who have a desire and certain goals for their life, to do something beyond what the school's offering for gifted and talented kids. And I'm not saying it's just for them, but I'm just saying it does address something that we have talked about on this committee about gifted and talented, and what do we do? And it varies around the state because it's decisions for districts to make. But I talk about this because I just don't see this really as forcing students forward. It's giving those whose career plans are to move forward a lane that they don't have it clearly at this point. So could you address that?
Are you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lawley? Exact. The idea, and I don't believe, and I think everybody would be in the same spot in any education, let alone public education. We're not there to force anything. But we're there to provide opportunity. And as to your point, in our smallest and most rural schools, oftentimes because of staffing, our students end up with less opportunity than they would have if we had a larger school environment, because we're not able to offer 10 different math classes. We're able to offer 4 math classes. However, through our community colleges, and through online courses through WIVA and other means, we are able to provide students in any school in the state access to an opportunity that matches every other student in the state. And it's a wonderful thing. But in many cases, that happens through dual enrollment. It happens through online courses. And, we should be embracing that and breaking down barriers rather than seeing them continue to get built up. And I think making sure, not forcing anything, but making sure that our students have the opportunities available to them as every other student in the state has is exactly what I think this study allows for and should move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Committee, what is your pleasure on the bill?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Chairwoman Schuler and Senator Olson. Any discussion? Representative Lawley.
I am for doing this study. I think it will open opportunities. The study will help us understand what are the barriers, what are the benefits, and then we can make some decisions about how it might need to be best structured in order to accomplish some of the goals. But I do think the idea of this bill and what it's trying to get to is really important for some students in our district that don't maybe have a lane to excel, and they deserve that too. And so it's not really pushing anyone. One of the issues may be qualifications, and I appreciate one of the speaker, I think it was Mr. Christensen, that mentioned the importance of counselors that to guide these kids, and that's something that might have to be considered too. But I support the study at a minimum. I agree with the comments that are made, and I think I've made it from this mic before, that we underutilize our community colleges. They are really incredible. They're flexible. They are each finding their own way. I do support the idea of opening it up to where it doesn't really matter where you live. It matters what we offer through our community college systems, which I think is in many ways underappreciated, and maybe at some point needs to be looked at how we fund it too, but community colleges. And I'm not biting that off here. I'm just saying those are realities. And again, University of Wyoming is fantastic too. I am a big supporter of University of Wyoming, but we don't often talk about the community colleges. And so I feel like this helps highlight that and even utilize and maximize those opportunities for the students who really desire that on their career path. So support the bill.
For Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been listening intently on all this, and I'm still here, even though I was kind of quiet this morning. I completely agree with the intentions of this bill and this study. Of course, there should be opportunities to find efficiencies and increase opportunities for our students. I don't think statewide legislation is necessary for the WDE, for the community colleges, for the districts to communicate with one another and find ways maybe to come to the legislature with recommendations without delaying it with a bill that possibly could fail next year. Overall, I could see this study spending $200,000 or more and then coming up with nothing by the year 2028. So when I look at something like the WDE that has a chief innovation officer, perhaps that's a job for the WDE to jump in and find some innovations for these types of programs. So again, I'm not against the intent of the bill, but I don't think this is the correct mechanism.
Further comments, Senator Rothitz.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of comments. First is going to Representative Kelly's comments. They're strong comments, and I'll note that probably 10, 12, 14, I don't know how many years ago, there was significant problems between the University of Wyoming and the colleges in terms of their ability to transfer credits, and it was a struggle. We didn't pass a bill to fix that problem, but this committee fixed that problem by basically calling upon the Community College Commission and the university to work together, to work with us, to put together a stakeholder group, and to just do all of the things that we knew needed to be done. No legislation necessary. So I do think Representative Kelly is spot on with the fact that we don't necessarily need this bill to accomplish the objectives that we've heard today. We can just make it a task and a priority. And I think based on the testimony we've heard, that's worth doing. That said, I don't see any problem with advancing the bill to get $200,000 to focus on it and make sure that we've got the resources available, which, as I see this, it's almost like a budget footnote of $200,000 to ensure that the job gets done in bill form, which is great. So conceptually, I support both approaches. And am sensitive to the idea that we shouldn't necessarily be dependent upon the legislation to accomplish this objective. I do have a couple of thoughts, and the concern that I have is that the legislation as drafted does predispose towards a certain objective and outcome. And there's only a couple of sentences in the whole thing that do that, where there's something that this bill wants. And I would be inclined to take out those couple of sentences to make it very much exploratory. You go out, you figure out what's best to optimize the utilization of dual and concurrent enrollment for our high school students, not just our high school students, but all students in the state of Wyoming, and then come back and make recommendations to us. And it really is, I went through its 2 sentences. I'd be kind of inclined to not tell them what to find so much as tell them to go look. As my feeling on the legislation. So we can talk about that more in a second. But the last thing I would say is just in general support of the concept. My 2 older boys benefited tremendously from being in Laramie, where we have LCCC Albany County and we have the University of Wyoming, and they both took courses. I think they both took courses from each institution while they were in high school. And this is a luxury that Laramie has. And we know it's in Laramie and it's in some of our cities around the state, but it's not a luxury everybody currently has to the same degree. And I do think it's important for us to find ways to ensure that we have that equity out there, that all of our students in the state of Wyoming have access to all of the colleges and the university in the state, and that we don't have barriers because we haven't done our job. And I think this bill, as well as just the concept that Representative Kelly was putting forward of doing the work, is an important step towards that. This idea of the MOU is a great example of it. If we've created legal and statutory barriers that make it difficult for anyone to do something that they would otherwise be inclined to do to help a student, it's our job to knock those barriers down. So I'll support the bill. I'll support just the committee moving this forward, whatever it takes to kind of get these things done. But after discussion, I would make a couple of suggestions, I think, as an amendment, just to make it so that there's no clear directive for what should be found through this legislation.
Thank you. Further discussion? Chairman Schuler.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think the thing that interests me more than anything else on this bill is that it'll maybe hopefully answer a lot of questions. Dr. Ballard brings up a lot of questions about, homeschool, and if they're in the ESA program, and if they're this and that they're that. And I think there have been a lot of questions, even from high schools, about, how many credit hours can we afford? Do we have the staff to do? There's so many questions out there that I don't think can be answered without getting a whole group of stakeholders together and trying to put their heads together to come up with some good things. I mean, we have our little working groups that we put together, and I know that Representative Andrew talked about how many hours he put in. He's got a regular job as well, and a family and all of that. Most people are fine with that, but there's a lot of people that just don't really have the time. And sometimes it's very difficult to get all the stakeholders together. I think that's the one thing that this bill does, is it says, hey, we need to get all of the people together that are going to be involved in making these decisions. And whether it's 150 or 200,000, I do trust Dr. Ballard. I'm sure if they need 200,000 to do it, I think that's probably appropriate. But I think there's just too many questions out there that can't be answered. I get questions all the time, and I can't answer them. And I usually try to go to some expert here or there, and we're the ones that decided to bump up the extra money. So we want it to be used, and we want it to be used expeditiously, but we want to make sure that we're doing right by our students in Wyoming and making sure that those opportunities are out there for kids while they're in high school and after high school. And so I think this bill kind of gets us there. But I do agree with you on, there was a sentence or two that gave me pause. You and I have got to quit sitting together
Right,
because
right.
we're getting the same vibes here. But anyway, that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Guggenmoss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would propose that increase from 150,000 to 200,000 amendment to this bill.
Second.
All right, amendment is moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none and question having been called, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to move to strike two clauses then. The first, if we go to page 1 at the bottom, beginning on line 13. So this is the kind of objective of it. It says the Wyoming Community College Commission shall conduct a study to, and then I would move to strike, evaluate the creation of an expanded statewide post-secondary education program designed to increase and, that's the strike, through and. So from evaluate through and. And what it reads then is the Wyoming Community College Commission shall conduct a study to maximize opportunities for students to complete post-secondary coursework and to earn post-secondary credentials, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, leaving everything else. And so this is maximizing opportunities. That's it. That's the objective. That's universally positive, I think, and doesn't predispose the outcome, because maximizing opportunities, I think, is what we're always going for. And then the other location where I would move to strike, this will be divisible, but I think they're kind of hand in hand in their concept. Feel free to divide if you choose to, is on, let's see, it's C1. So that is on page 3. Thank you. Beginning on line 18 through 20, strike the new language. So including a statewide goal that students have an opportunity to complete an associate degree before graduating from high school. So that establishes a goal as opposed to just exploring all of the opportunities that are available for students. So I would strike that in addition. That's my motion.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I would be on and I would be against the amendment. I think that at least the second part of this, having a statewide goal for students to have an opportunity to complete an associate's degree before graduating, is a good goal. I mean, this is an opportunity that students have in many other states. And I think, I mean, if we're going to spend $200,000 on this, I think we should have a clear goal of what we're trying to study, all the components of necessary to achieve. So I'd personally be against it. It probably doesn't ruin the bill or anything in my opinion, but I think the goal is a good thing.
Mr. Chairman, just a
Senator Rothfuss.
quick follow-up on that, if I may, and again, we can divide it and do them separately if you don't mind the first, but I would note that the associate degree aspect is still there on line 15. This isn't saying that we're not exploring that opportunity for students. This is the opportunity side. Expansion of opportunities for students enrolled in Wyoming Public High Schools to earn an associate degree. It's just not predisposing this study to come up with a goal, because that kind of tells them that that is their goal. We've got a legislated goal that they need to figure out a way to get there. And that might not be what they find. It might be what they find, that every student should have that opportunity, or it might be that certain students kind of getting to that, which students are they eligible? Do they have a sufficient GPA? I just don't want to tell them what they have to conclude, because I would much rather hear them conclude it and pass legislation based on it than us predisposing the legislation. So that's my sensitivity. And I think if we delete that clause, you still have the same investigation, which might come to that conclusion, but we don't tell them that that's the conclusion they need to arrive at.
All right, further discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I think the second part of this requires some further thought, because I think what we're really trying to get at is whether there should be this opportunity. And I think calling it out makes certain that they'll look at it. And I think that's important. So I would ask the amendment be divided and that we consider this second part, because I think rather than eliminating it, we can perhaps change a word or two and achieve what we're after.
Division having been called, I guess we're talking about the one on page 1 and 2 first, I suppose. Is there any discussion on this part? Question having been called, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
The amendment is adopted. Division 2 brings us back down to page. Remind us what page.
Go ahead, because
Visitor office.
Mr. Chairman, if it reads including a statewide opportunity for students to complete an associate degree before graduating from high school, that's consistent with the concept as opposed to the goal. So it still includes what Charlie was saying. So that language beginning on line 18 would be including a statewide opportunity for students to complete an associate degree before graduating from high school.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Let me try an alternative wording. To have it read, including whether students should have an opportunity.
Yeah. Including whether.
So delete a statewide goal that including whether students should have an opportunity to complete associate's degrees. So we make sure it's looked at, but we don't bias the outcome.
Friendly amendment?
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Further
does that make
discussion.
sense to you?
Further discussion. All right. On and against, I mean, I guess, in my personal opinion, that should be the goal. I don't really want this study to tell us whether or not that should happen. It's already happening in other states. I mean, I would like to see that be the goal of a study, is how to accomplish that objective. I think it's very much a policy decision for the legislature to decide on whether or not we do have that program. I think we're deciding with this bill that we do want that, and we are asking the participants of this study to figure out how to do it. I think that's what the bill does. So I would be against this amendment. Further discussion? Chairwoman Schuler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think the friendly amendment does help this. I don't have a problem with the goal either, but it just, to me, it's made it a little more rigid, a little more difficult possibly for me to get past, because I love goals, but I think that's what the study will find out is after getting all the stakeholders together, are students going to have that opportunity to complete an associate degree from all of our schools, large as well as rural. And I do like the new amendment. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Further discussion? All right, seeing none. Good. Ms. Hijack.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just one clarification. If you're going to eliminate the goals, do you want to eliminate or conform the last sentence on page 2, which reads the study shall include consideration of existing Wyoming programs and programs administered by other states that serve to accomplish the goals as specified in this subsection. If you're eliminating the goals, you need to conform that particular sentence, and you can just give LSO authority to do that if you'd like.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I could not understand what she was saying.
Page 2.
She was just offering a conforming amendment suggestion to make the amendment work better.
Goals.
Are we adopting that, Senator Office?
I'd give flexibility. Yeah, the word goals probably needs to leave, but the first part of that sentence is good because you want them to be looking at programs and programs administered by other states. Shall consideration of existing Wyoming programs and programs administered by other states. That's probably enough right there. We just end the sentence there.
Yeah.
Period. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you for that. That's probably a good catch. So we strike lines 8 and 9, which would be superfluous at that point.
All right, thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of division number 2, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
The amendment is adopted. Any further discussion on the bill?
We didn't add BOCES yet, did we?
We did not.
Okay, we should add BOCES. So that is on the B paragraph. We'll add a new Romanet that includes BOCES and provide appropriate flexibility to staff to wordsmith as necessary to add BOCES.
Second, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Discussion on BOCES, seeing none. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? All those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Further amendments? Further discussion on the bill? The question having been called, please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, this is a motion to sponsor 27 LSO 123 Running Start program as amended for the 2027 general session. Senator Brennan.
Aye.
Senator Olson.
Aye.
Senator Rothfuss. Senator Scott.
Aye.
Representative Bratton is excused. Representative Erickson. Representative Guggenmoss.
Aye.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Representative Lawley.
Aye.
Representative Singh.
Aye.
Representative Strock.
Aye.
Representative Williams.
Aye.
Co-Chairwoman Schuler.
Aye.
Chairman Andrew.
Aye.
That is 12 aye, 1 no, 1 excused.
Great, thank you. The bill is passed the committee and we will now take, let's do a 15, you're all going to take 20 minutes anyway. We'll do a 20-minute break and 15. Okay, well, that's if we don't want it to be 25.
20, I'll just get you 25.
All right, that puts us back here at 9:10.
Andrew's been in government for 2 years.
Training pretty good out here. Charlie's gonna be happy. Unless you're a football player, you might be happy.
Decided to do. Just more like.
The meeting will come back to order.
20 minutes one way or the other.
I think it was 23 minutes if we're counting, but. All right, the next bill on the table for our consideration is state education grants for non-public schools. Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You might recall from our last meeting that we had covered the topic of, I think it was called State Administration of Education, also referred to as state governance. And out of the discussions at that last meeting, a work group was created, and somehow I managed to be on that work group. No other legislators volunteered. So I phoned a friend, and Representative Williams, who has stepped out but will be returning hopefully, did agree to work with me on that from the legislative side. And so I just kind of give you a little review and then talk about what the work group did, and then how this bill came to be, that 27 LSO 129. And then when I'm done, I'll have Tanya will come just walk through the bill for us. But one of the things, I was actually in Washington DC from the last meeting occurred, but I went back and looked at the discussion and reviewed the materials. And as I talked to the chairman, there was no real direction that came out for the work group as far as exactly what we should do or what the committee wanted us to do. And so I just sort of winged it, because to try to determine what to do, I want to just have everyone keep in mind that a working group is not really one that can take public testimony. It's a meeting where we're just trying to work out details. And so there was a limitation to what we could do further on a big topic like this. So we couldn't come and bring some experts in to talk about, consequences of shifting costs, additional costs or cost savings or any of these kinds of things. That just isn't the function of a work group. I think it's important for you to know that, to kind of understand where we ended up. But we could talk about what the proposals were, what the discussions were in the committee, and then have stakeholders join us and give their varying viewpoints. And then from there, Representative Williams and I made a decision about moving forward. So the members that attended, we had one virtual meeting, and it was, of course, Representative Williams and I, Dickie Shaner from Wyoming Department of Education, Brandon O'Connor from the Professional Teaching Standards Board, Diana Clapp from the State Board of Education, Mark Mathern from the State Board of Education, Fred Von Herns, I think is here from the State Board of Education, also charter schools. And then Brian Farmer joined us from the Wyoming School Board Association because of some background he had in particular and his thoughts, but also some background concerning some state governance issues. And we also had Mary Schmidt and Sarah Bieber. And so that's who was on the call. And kind of how I began the work group was to say, I've looked at the materials, I listened to the testimony. A work group was formed, but there didn't seem to be any specific interests of other legislators to be on that work group, but and no direction from the committee. So the question I put before the group to start our conversation was, what is the compelling reason to make a change at this time? Again, we don't have the ability to get any more information other than from the people there as far as their background or whatever, but to solicit any sort of testimony that might have been helpful. But so we went through and everyone had their reasons to either say there isn't a compelling reason or there's not. And we had some good back and forth discussions about that, which I think was really important to consider these different views and the whys and again, I think there can be, I'll just say, some different ideas about changing something, but the question of timing and having sufficient information to actually articulate a good change for the state. We're talking about some major shifts in policy and in governance. So, so I'll tell you where we ended up was Representative Williams and I determined that there really was no compelling reason to suggest to this committee to make a change in that state governance at this meeting. There was one item, though, that came up, and well, I'd say more broadly, a area that came up and that had a lot of different components to it. And that was that there are certain groups that work within our education structure that don't have access to state education grants. So we determined to try to see if we could start tackling that issue. And some of the varied issues around that were even things like BOCES, but you're going to see this bill is about non-public. So institution, I think it's for non-public schools is the term, and some definitions in there about who these entities are that we did receive those definitions from the Wyoming Department of Education based on some information they had about other states. So that's how we began to direct a bill draft. But there were others that were not really, didn't fall in the non-public area. For example, our charter schools raised some issues they had with accessing state grants, even though they are a public school and should have access to those grants, but they had encountered barriers. So we discussed that. That wasn't discussed as much in the meeting as at the time, but after, but that was raised indirectly when we started talking about this issue of these state grants and accessibility to them. But, and so we asked for a bill draft to see what it would look like. And that's what you see here to try to address these issues of some of these groups of organizations that work within the public education space, but don't have this access to these grants. And again, one of the ones mentioned was BOCES, but again, BOCES is not a non-public entity, so it's not really mentioned in this bill draft. But so this bill draft was an attempt to say, okay, how might we respond to this need to have the access to these state grants? Well, sometimes you ask for a bill draft and what you get is illumination of a lot of complexities that are not easily solved in a 3-page bill, really mostly 2-page bill. So some of those complexities, the most concerning to me, once the draft was written and we began to, again, illuminate the complexities of this issue, which is maybe why it hasn't been solved before now, is constitutional issues concerning this, a number of issues constitutionally, but one in particular has to do with the source of many of the funding for many of these grants. I don't know that we have a percentage and the department can give us, but I think a vast majority of the grants are funded through the school foundation program, which is a uniquely strong problem constitutionally and with them going to non-public entities. Does that mean, I hope you're following me. So I'm going to tell you this, we have the bill draft, we're going to go through it, but I wanted to be clear that through this process, I think there are great concerns about this bill and the constitutionality of it as Ed has written, addressing these non-public entities and using what we feel like vastly over 75%, I think we can safely say, of any of these grants are funded through the school foundation program. So I wanted to say that as an introduction to it. And we'll walk through the bill and the committee will do whatever the committee thinks is appropriate with the bill. But this is the conclusion we reach. So the larger conclusion is based on what happened at the first meeting and the testimony taken, there was no compelling reason for this work group to suggest any changes in state governance specifically more broadly. And so we aren't coming forward with any recommendation on that. That might be something for future study in a more comprehensive way than it had been taken up at the first meeting. So, but we did have this bill draft that we will sort of talk about here in a moment. So I'll just, if you like, Mr. Chairman, I would just say, if anybody wants to ask questions about the work group, I'm happy to try to answer those. And then we can let Tanya walk us through the bill.
All right, thank you. Real quick, I want to work in a quick announcement that I forgot to make at the beginning of this, that we are going to try to work through lunch. So the virtual education topic will happen earlier than expected, assuming we get through this bill in a reasonable amount of time. So with that, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Lawley. So I appreciate that your working group, the outcome of it did highlight a major issue, and you touched on that, and that's with the charter schools.
Yes.
And I just wanted to clarify what my understanding is that the issue is with state authorized charter schools. So all charter schools are public. The ones authorized under districts are eligible for these grants from the Department of Education. But the inequity is that the state authorized charters are newer schools coming under the new program. They can't apply because of the LEA issue in their status. Is that correct?
Representative Lawley.
Yes, generally is correct that the state authorized charter schools, the way the grants are written, many of which were these grant programs were developed before we actually had charter schools. So they use the term district and rather than, for example, or LEA. But that's exactly right. And what I'm hoping is we can talk about that as a committee, because I do believe it's something we're going to have I would like to see us deal with, and maybe ask for a bill draft specifically on that. And but you're right. I'll just leave it at that. It's state authorized in particular, and the way the grants are written. Yes.
Senator Scott.
So the plan then forward on that is to possibly ask for a bill draft that solves a particular problem, a bill draft we can consider at the next meeting.
Yes, that's what my hope is, that we will do that.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
I ask two general questions on this non-public area. One, what's the status of the lawsuit over the bill that we passed authorizing grants, scholarships to people to attend non-public schools? That I understand that was before the courts. What's the status of that? Are we still waiting a Supreme Court decision? That's the first question.
Yes.
Second question is, in the big beautiful bill, the feds authorized a tax a deduction from income taxes if you contribute to private schools. We opted in. Do we have any knowledge as to what extent those are going to cause more non-public offerings of schools that we need to be concerned about? Just general questions in the background of this whole thing.
Ms. Heitrick.
Certainly, I can answer the first question, and then the second question, I would defer to the Department of Education with regard to the tax credit. I think they have expertise on that particular subject. But with regard to the lawsuit challenging the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship, it was returned from the Supreme Court when the temporary injunction was lifted. And it is now pending before the first judicial district, and that's Judge Frolicker. There's a motion hearing at the end of this month to potentially issue an order based on the pleadings. And if that happens, there won't be a trial. Judge Frolicker will just rule from the bench based on the written documentation before him. So it is not resolved. And there is a Supreme Court decision but it was limited in scope and returning it to the district court.
So,
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, it's in the district court now, and they'll make some kind of a ruling, and then eventually that may be appealed to the Supreme Court. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Ms. Hydrack.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, that's certainly a possibility. As we know, historically, these cases generally end up with the Supreme Court for final resolution.
Okay. All right, further questions for Representative Lawley?
Chairman, then could we ask the State Department, what's the status of those ones that are funded through that federal tax credits? You should call it that.
Director Shaner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, Dickie Shaner, Department of Ed, Senator Scott. The federal tax credit program, everybody is waiting on the Department of Treasury to issue rules, which they've said will be out in September. When those rules are out, we will understand how we are to implement that program. We have told the governor's office, who is just sort of default in charge of that program unless a state prescribes a law that gives it to someone else, that we do have someone at the department that will help administer that program. And it is a $1,700 tax deduction that individuals can choose to do. And then what we will do at the state level is we will approve what are called SGOs, scholarship granting organizations, who are nonprofits that will step up and say, hey, we would like to take that $1,700 from you, and we will distribute it out to qualifying families that wish to use that for private school or tutoring or whatever else. But we'll know more in September on that program.
Thank you. Further questions for Representative Lawley on the working group? Seeing none. Turn it over to Ms. Hydrack to explain the bill.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, again, Tanya Heitrick with the Legislative Service Office. And before you, within the meeting packet, you have 27 LSO 129 working draft 0.4 titled State Education Grants for Non-Public Schools. And as Representative Lawley stated, the Department of Education and the governance group gave direction on the contents of the definition, and this bill authorizes non-public schools, non-public special purpose schools to receive grants administered by the Department of Education. And those grants are generally distributed to districts. I think there's only just one instance, and it's in a session law, where grants are distributed to a school. So generally, 330 public schools across Wyoming are not applying with the State Department of Education for the various grants. It's the school districts that are applying. So I think that's an important sort of baseline as you consider this bill. Walking the bill, page 1, line 11 through page 2, line 20, amends 21-202A. These are the duties of the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, and the substance of the bill can be found on page 2, lines 4 through 20. This is where you find the definition of non-public special purpose schools, which are accredited educational programs operating in Wyoming that is not operated by a school district, and that provides specialized educational, behavioral, therapeutic, or residential services to students, including those services under 2113-315 and 2113-336. 315 is the court-ordered placement statutes, and 336 are psychiatric treatment placements authorized or required by the Department of Health. And then as you'll see in the opening phrase, that's where the operational language is that allows those entities to receive grants that school districts are generally eligible for. And I would note on the bottom of the page, there is a special carve out for federal law. The Supremacy Clause of the Constitution prohibits the state law from contradicting a federal law. And so in the event that these entities are not eligible for grants that school districts are eligible for pursuant to federal law, this bill does nothing to change that. Federal law will control that. And so, as I said, there's a policy choice, sort of two large policy choices. One is, as I said, the school-based eligibility is a deviation from the general practice for grants in Title 21. And every grant within the statutes has different requirements. And sort of one of the things that we talked about with Representative Lawley in working this bill is, for instance, there's a CTE grant that requires that the district spend down all of their education resource block grant funds for equipment to receive a particular grant. And so how that would be operationalized with a non-public entity that doesn't receive school foundation program dollars otherwise is a difficulty. And then secondly, as Representative Lawley pointed out, there are significant and special considerations in the expenditure of public school foundation program dollars. There are a number of constitutional provisions that protect those funds for the purpose of school districts. And so tapping those funds does present an issue. And as Senator Scott stated, there's current litigation challenging sort of some of the basically all the constitutional provisions that might be at issue with this case or with this bill. And I would also mention, secondly, we have a second case pending before the Supreme Court involving the adequacy of K-12 school funding. There may be a nexus there as well with this bill. And then the last thing I would say is page 3, section 2, this provision would apply after July 1st for any grants that are available, and it's effective also July 1st of 2027. It's in section 3 on page 3, line 5. And so subject to your questions, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, just thinking out loud for a moment, this committee, I think most of the members are new since we did it, had a hearing a number of years, I think 4 years ago, that led to the current litigation over the steamboat proposal, where the advice we got was that in states with constitutional provisions similar to ours, you couldn't spend the monies that were specifically dedicated to the schools constitutionally on private schools, but you could spend monies that were general fund, not specifically tied to schools, and that's what's under litigation now. This is different, as I understand. This is proposing that we spend what really amounts to school foundation monies is the largest source of the grants, as I understand here, or the sole source. And if it's going to say, a nonprofit that was serving kids that had been placed there by the Department of Family Services due to some kind of abuse or mental problem that the kids were having, we could, I think, buy education services for those kids as part of the placement. But I don't see how we could possibly give grants. Maybe I'm missing something.
Ms. Heidrich?
Am I confused as to what's going on here?
Mr. Chairman, I think your description of the bill is accurate. The vast majority of funds that issue with these grants are Public School Foundation Program Account funds. There is at least one grant that involves general funds. It's the Farm to School grant. With regard to the disposition of the case and the potential constitutional issues related to either one of those funds and expending those on private religious schools, I'm not really prepared to speak to that in a public meeting. If you would like to call an executive session, I'm happy to do that, but you have two pending cases on this very issue right now. And as far as can or can you not do it, that's a decision for the legislature. It's a policy choice for you. You make the first determination on constitutionality of a bill.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, it would seem to me that to the extent that we're using largely foundation programs here, that the advice we had from the outside experts was that would not be constitutional, that you'd have to spend general funds. And so I have just real reservations about proceeding with any further with this bill.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Scott, I agree. I concur. And I think that was my comments at the beginning. I concur with that this is, it turned out in trying to solve this problem that it revealed some stumbling blocks and significantly so constitutionally. So I think you're spot on there. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions for Ms. Heidrich? Seeing none, thank you. We will now move on to public comment. Chief Shaner.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Dickie Shaner, Department of Ed. So the superintendent does not have a particular position on this bill, but I'd like to just provide some background on how this topic came up. And first, just thank you for putting that working group together and including us and Representative Lawley on bringing this topic to the surface, because for several years, we've heard from state authorized charter schools, which are public schools, that they're not eligible to apply for these grants that school districts are eligible for, CTE demonstration grant, innovation grants. And they are public schools, but they're excluded because they're not part of a school district. And the way those grants are written, it's school districts that apply. So that's one issue. And then the second issue, which you've all have discussed already, is these entities that fall primarily within the WISA Association network of St. Joseph's and Torrington, Cathedral Home in Laramie, et cetera. There's also BOCES in there too, which are kind of a middle area because those could be public entities. And then you've got the nonprofit entities, but they would also like an opportunity to compete for innovation or CTE type grants from the state. And right now they're also not eligible because they're not part of a school district, but understanding that having them eligible for school foundation funds, it sounds like problematic, but maybe looking at some sort of separate grant with general funds that would help allow them to bring some innovative ideas to the department and get some grant funding would be something that would be worth exploring for this committee. And with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman. I've got split comments. one on this current bill that you're talking about, where you're talking about St. Joseph's and other entities like that. I would argue that the ESA bill, one of the arguments that are going to be discussed, hopefully, if there's legitimacy in it, is the Espinoza case, where the U.S. Supreme Court determined that Montana's clause in their constitution violated the free exercise clause in the U.S. Constitution. If you are going to grant public monies to St. Joseph's for CTE programs and the other, you will be in that, our clause will also violate it. So that is a legal case that I think you need to address with it, because our clause in the education, and I'm sorry I didn't have it offhand, has similar wording as Montana's clause does on not giving to religious institutions government money. And so our clause would be deemed, if challenged, which it essentially is being challenged in the ESA case, should be upheld, or our clause should be violating the U.S. Constitution as well. So that is a conversation that perhaps you should have with the lawyers, but it is a concern that if you do expand it, that will be an issue. Now, on a second topic, the working group. I strongly disagree with Representative Lawley's take on the working group. It was a group that had, aside from myself and Ms. Bieber, all had members in it that benefited from keeping the status quo. They all worked for the institutions that we were talking about, perhaps researching and looking at efficacy of it. And so they weren't going to obviously want to change that or want to research to look at it to determine whether we are duplicating services by having all these different boards. There were also comments made that there was a concern of, I'm assuming, making the superintendent a king because we would give too much authority to the superintendent, even though it is stated 4 times in the Constitution that the superintendent is the one who is to oversee public education. And that's why it was brought to your attention back in March to research this. And so I would strongly recommend that, just like you did a bill previously on the BOCES about researching how to properly run and fund that program, I would say that you should do a similar bill to have an independent review. You can consolidate, you can take in the entities of the state board and the teachers, professional teaching standards board as well, members, but also have independent reviewers of the programs of the Department of Ed and how they all work together. And are we duplicating services? Are we financially funding 3 different departments when we could consolidate it and do it in a much more economical way? I would hope that you as a legislative outside of the working group would consider creating a bill for your next committee meeting to do that, to fund it and to research it independently. Because I think it is worth looking at our public education and the administrative bloat that happens at the government level, at the state level, as well as the districts and other areas, and see how many ways we can consolidate and how we can streamline this process. And also make sure that we're staying in line with the constitutional mandates that puts the state superintendent, an elected official, in charge of it. So that the voters can at least go to that elected official, their representative that they voted for, and ask why things are happening the way they are. And I think it's an important research bill that you guys could work on. And I hope that you will consider that outside of Representative Lawley's take on the working group. And I stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Scott?
Yes, just two items. On the court case in Montana that was cited, the committee did previously hear quite a bit about that case. And what the court held was that if you funded some private entities, you had to include the religious ones. But our Constitution prohibits funding private entities generally, including the religious ones, and that is allowed. You have to treat the religious ones the same as the other private ones, so you're not discriminating against them. So we're probably we still have the same valid problems with our Constitution on that particular issue. On the issue of streamlining things, that's very different. And frankly, I didn't quite understand your point as to where the opportunities were to streamline things and get away from some of the bureaucracy we've got.
Chairman, Andrew, I will give you an example of our discussion yesterday morning when we talked about standards and how much the State Board of Education reiterated how much they work with the Department of Ed on creating standards, aligning it with the YTOP test, and how much working relationships they did to create those things. And so my question is, why are we funding an entire State Board of Education and they're working and having the Department of Ed do a lot of their work? Why are we not just moving and consolidating those two? Because it would make sense that your standards group works hand in hand with your assessment group, and that the funding mechanism, which is out of the Department of Ed, would be working with the standards and with the professional teaching standard boards that also determine licensures and professional development and so forth. So there's a lot of overlapping. My question is it time for good governance to look at that overlapping and determine? It may be determined that we're operating at top efficiency. It may not be determined, or there may be some ways we can collaborate. And I think that's where the working group chose not to discuss and chose not to entertain that idea. So I would strongly recommend that as a legislative body that you perhaps look at creating a similar bill that you just passed of putting together a couple $100,000 and some independent agencies to review it and to assess whether this is the best way to proceed with the public education, or maybe we should consolidate. Maybe we aren't aligning ourselves completely with the Constitution as it's written. Just a research. It's not saying that we're changing anything, but just as you were looking at the issues with the BOCES and with the college funding, why should we not look at this as well?
Thank you. Are there further questions? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Andrew. I appreciate your perspective, but the implication or the suggestion that we chose not to discuss this is exactly what we did discuss. Representative Lawley and myself, and we heard about Representative Lawley's take, and that would be my take also. And that was our responsibility to review this, and the current governance structure, after our discussions and our determination was it's justified because it does, to your point, spread decision-making authority across several boards and commissions, department, so that our education system is insulated a little bit from the political swing. And that we are be happy to discuss that more, but we certainly did discuss, and that was our recommendation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we did discuss it. I don't think we discussed it in the most fair way. I think it was pretty set to shut this subject matter down. And I would argue that as far as insulating public education from the political realm, well, that was eliminated when it was put into the Constitution as an elected position as the state superintendent. That makes it political, just as the governor's office is, just as any of your offices are. It's up to political discussion because of education is a very important part of our government, but it is also a very scary part, because having your kids, as we do, mandate them to go to school in a government-run education system can allow for manipulation of the students. It can. I'm not saying it's happening, but I'm saying it can. And that, allowing that to be in the elected realm, the political realm, allows society, allows the citizens of this state to look at it in that way and to look that if we're going to publicly educate, we've got to make sure that we're not indoctrinating, we're not manipulating these young minds, and that we're doing it in the most upright manner. And so, yes, it is a political realm. And so I know you don't want to think of it as such, or that consolidating power is a political move. It's still ineffective. We should still review how we institute and how we run the political system and of public education. And is it being done the most efficient way? And I do not think that that was discussed very well in that working group.
All right, thank you. Are there further questions for? All right, thank you. Is there anybody else? Who else in the room would like to testify on this subject? Who's not at the table? We have maybe three more. Three total. All right, thank you. Just go ahead. Yes, if you could lean into the mic, that'd be helpful. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Representative Andrew and Representative Schuler. I'm Sarah Cavallero. I'm the president of the Wyoming Youth Services Association and the executive director of Teton Youth and Family Services. I think I hear all the different pieces of concern, but here's what happened for us to be working on trying to move this process in the direction that of giving us some sort of classification. 4 years ago, right after COVID, there was all these COVID dollars, and at the same time, the state of Wyoming took away the classification of institutional schools, of which we were. We get accredited every year. We were falling underneath the State Department as a institutional school. That classification went away for a variety of reasons, and we were left in this limbo space of dollars that we once had access, we could no longer access. And we were told to use our local districts to be able to access the funds. Herein lies the problem. My Red Top Meadows program serves the state of Wyoming boys. We didn't have one kid from Teton County, but I had to go work with Teton County District to be able to access the same funds I was able to access before. We're requesting some help in navigating how we are classified as entities that really provide an extension of what the school district is unable to provide. We're there to catch the kids that the school district can't serve anymore. And we're really trying to work in conjunction and provide, we see ourselves as part of their toolkit when they can no longer serve a student. So we are part of Wyoming's continuum of care. I don't know how to best address what legal legislation we need, but that's what it looks like for us. There's also been various districts over time when we serve a kid for about a year, the kid is usually court ordered. I say that the kids that we're serving at that level have earned their way out of the community, and it's our job to help them earn their way back. That's through education too. The kids that are showing up with us are typically 2 grade levels behind. And when they leave, they're at grade level or above. And it's helping the district get kids back on track towards graduating and leading productive lives. So we see ourselves as a critical role in the system. I don't know how to classify us, but we do need help in having some sort of classification, because at times there's districts that challenge if our student credits should transfer to their district, and having some sort of definition, legal definition of what we are helps us provide the fact that we go through tons of accreditation. We're adhering to all the same standards that the state of Wyoming asks districts to adhere to, plus we're working with kids that they can no longer serve. So it is very critical to us that we're able to access resources to, we're scrappy. We don't have a lot of extra, as you can imagine. We're nonprofit entities. And what I've loved about the state of Wyoming, I've been doing this for about 25 years. And what I love about the state of Wyoming is we do public-private partnerships. And in doing that, we need the help of the state at times to be able to access the government side of things, because we are always accessing the nonprofit side of things through philanthropy and using our other resources, but we also need the state's support in making sure that that partnership works. I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Lawley.
Thank you for being here. So help me understand what happens right now. When you talked about some districts where you requested some funding from, was that in the form of kind of saying we provided this service and here's a bill for that and this is how much we'd like you to pay us for that service? What form did that take?
Sure. So we have two different methods kids come to us. So it can be a school district placed kid, or it can be a Department of Family Services court ordered kid. So when we do that, we are accepting kids from the state of Wyoming. I didn't have a Teton County kid in that facility for a year and a half. So, but what I was told to do is that if we were wanting to access any of the funding that we had once accessed, we had to use our local school district to be able to access those funds. But our local school district innately has a conflict because that's not a Teton County kid. We're still reporting to kids from the county that they are coming from, and because we're trying to get them back to the home community and get them back to their home county. So we're working with the counties as part of their residential treatment to make sure that we can get the kids home successfully.
Follow up.
Representative Lawley.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to make sure I understand, so you're providing some educational services for these kids and then going back to their districts to say, hey, we want some reimbursement for that. Is that correct?
No.
No.
That's
What are you asking?
So what we accessed funding for was really for things like technology, curriculum. It was all was it Title I? ESSER funding. Yeah. So anyway, we accessed a pot of money that helped us access additional resources for kids in the classroom that we were serving. That changed so that now if I wanted to access those funds, I have to use my local district to access those funds. But for kids that I'm serving from elsewhere, it has nothing to do with how much tuition reimbursement or the tuition piece of that. It's all about these extra grants that we were able to access to help support the kids in the classroom.
Okay. Thank you. That's
Yeah.
helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Chairwoman Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just I have a few questions too, just for clarification. Would you be similar to, in Meyer, we have a YAHA program. And I know they do get some funding from the local school district and maybe county as well through our tripartite board. And I don't know if you're considered nonprofit or how you're tied in. I mean, we get kids from all over. We get them from Star Valley, Green River, Rock Springs, Lyman, Mountain View. It doesn't really matter if there's kids from Evanston or not. They get serviced by that group and they do a great job. And so I just wonder, funding wise, I'm shocked by Teton County not wanting to fund that at all. They've got plenty of money up there from what I hear. But anyway, just the funding, I guess, and what you're considered. I guess you don't fit into this non-public school, but maybe you do. I don't know. Maybe you could give me some clarification on exactly how you're considered now as a nonprofit.
I mean, an institutional school is a great name, I think, for us, because we are not a private school. We're not sitting there charging tuition to people privately. We're working with districts to, when kids literally can't be in their classroom anymore, we take those kids and we're the support system to help those kids get back. And I think if we look at Wyoming right now, we're struggling with a lot of high needs youth that we don't know what to do with. And I think this is a resource that's helping to contain that problem. And I think really that's like the end the end of the line, so to speak, before kids are actually locked up. And I think we're really trying to just say we want to be part of the world in which this kid lives because we're trying to get them back to their home community, and we're providing the home communities tons of resources through education and support.
Can I have follow up, please?
Chairwoman Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So basically, you're talking about a public-private partnerships, and I think that those are really important. And I think that a lot of the nonprofits are similar to that. But do you get some public funding from the county at all or from the
Yes.
city?
I say that we live on a 3-legged stool that lives on sand because my legs are always moving. But yes, we get about a third from state and federal resources. And we're different as agencies of WISA. I'm speaking for Teton Youth and Family Services. So we get a third from state and federal resources. We get a third from local town and county, and then we get a third through philanthropy.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Can I go, Ted? Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam Co-Chairman. My name is Nicole Hauser. I'm the Executive Director for Cathedral Home for Children. We are located in Laramie. I am the past president for the Wyoming Youth Service Association, so I'm here as Sarah's wing woman. I just have to acknowledge the rain. That was a monsoon, and we're all just trying to go about business, and it's like the only rain we've had all summer. So just wanted to call that out, that was impressive. As an association, we are very grateful that this conversation is moving forward. We have been working with Department of Education to get a definition for our type of programs for quite some time. And as you've heard, it's really complex. Mr. Shaner spoke to it. We're in this really in-between spot, and it's not our intention to pull school foundation funding. And as I'm hearing this conversation, it makes sense like why this is problematic. That is not our desire to make a constitutional issue at hand. And is there a solution that will allow us to access funds? And I think a good example too is there are times where federal funding comes through the state as the state pass through. And because we don't have a definition, it's even really difficult for us to access those funds. So we're just looking to be defined. I think there's definite amendments needed as we've all put eyes on this, but we're very grateful that the conversation has started. I would just ask that we can keep it moving, that this doesn't die. If there's a way to add some amendments that makes the committee comfortable to get it to the next meeting. It's been many years in the works, and it would be really discouraging to see it die at this point. So we just want to acknowledge the complexities, the perspectives, and where the districts are coming from, charter schools, like there's just a lot of players. But like Sarah said, we serve Wyoming students, right? We serve the most vulnerable, the most difficult, the most in need. And we're just looking at ensuring that we have the resources and tools to provide them the education that they deserve, even in a specialized setting. And the definition has really come, Cathedral Home, we used to be accredited through the Department of California Education, and we were considered a non-public special purpose school. So working with Department of Ed, that's really where that definition or that title came from, recognizing we've got to find a way to include our BOCES friends. And so even that doesn't feel like it's fitting everything. So just want to acknowledge that there is work to be done, but we're really grateful that we're at this point. So if we can just keep it moving, that would be great.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you for being here and for your testimony. I'm just going to pitch something out here because the grant, accessing the grants is where some of the greatest issues occur, particularly legally, constitutionally. But your ability to apply to districts for reimbursement, where that's a transaction that takes place, there's a quid pro quo, and they are paying for the services they would have provided to that student, which I'm thinking is maybe a better route, completely different than what this bill is doing. But I think classification is important, but also how you seek to get what you're wanting all of the grant, intervening into the grant process seems logical. It creates some, I believe, almost insurmountable problems, but there's would seem to be that the department could work with, and maybe there we would need to act, but ways for you to get it, but whether they have a grant or not, access what you need beyond the basic tuition if there's other additional needs, or if that district does get a grant, that you get to basically access some of that money because you are actually providing those things for the district. Does that make sense? Because I honestly, to me, that seems like a potentially better solution. So no matter where the school got the money, school foundation fund, through the grants, through the regular model, you're providing that service on their behalf, and that reimbursement for that or payment for that is a different kind of transaction. So your thoughts on that is probably what I'm looking for.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lawley. Yes, and here's where it gets tricky. So we can enter into a contract with a school district where they will fund the entire placement of a child in our program. And that's, I think, what you're talking about, that transaction. We have a contract. We agree we're going to provide these services. They have determined that they cannot provide an educational setting for this student. So we enter into that contract with them. Where it becomes, when we're looking at CTE funding to develop, we have a coffee shop at Cathedral Home. Like, let's say we wanted to enhance our culinary program in our coffee shop. We're looking for a more broad grant, right? And to bill every single district that I have all the students in feels cumbersome, but would there be a route where we could put in an application to that CTE funding like other districts were able to help us build up our robust elective program? So that's also where the complexities continue to come into play. Yeah.
Further questions? Senator Scott.
What percentage of your students are coming from school districts where the school district is actually paying you for services to the kids? Is it all of them? Is it a tiny, what is it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, for Cathedral Home, last year we had 2 students and we served about 90 in our residential program. So 2 students where we were receiving complete funding from a school district to fund that placement. Now, our situation is different than BOCES. And I think if Ted spoke to that, his percentage is much higher. So that's where it gets murky too.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
The rest of your students, who's paying for them?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott. So when we provide a residential stay at Cathedral Home, and if they're placed through the court system in Wyoming, we receive education funding from Department of Education to cover the educational costs. And then we receive room and board from Department of Family Services. And then we bill Department of Health Medicaid for therapy. So we have 3 different revenue streams coming in. Now, if a school district places, we work through a contract where they're paying the per diem of those 3 different funding sources. So the majority of our students are paid through Department of Education funding, service funding.
Senator Scott.
Jim, how many students do you have, if any, that are not paid for by some Wyoming entity or federal entity?
Chairman Andrew, Senator Scott. So for Cathedral Home, we also serve children from Nebraska. That actually covers our costs because the state of Wyoming does not reimburse our costs at 100%. So for us, it's about half. So half of the students we serve are Wyoming, half are from other states.
All right, further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Senator Scott.
Just a general comment. I think that there's probably a way we can constitutionally get at this by going through our special ed program and saying that we need to fund certain institutions to handle special ed kids or kids with special problems that we can't afford to deal with in individual school districts. it's a pretty complicated, because of the constitutional requirements on the spending, it's a little complicated to do. And having the out-of-state kids involved is an additional complication. But I think there's a way to probably get creative and get it done. That might be something we would want to take up with the management council, if it behoove them assigning this to either this committee or committee 10 as a way of getting at this thing. Because the constitutional complications, it looks more than a little complicated, but I think it's doable. We're essentially buying the ability to deliver services that we absolutely have to have.
Great, thank you. Further question? Great. Good morning.
Good morning, Representative Andrew and Senator Schuler. I am Ted Hansen. I'm Deputy Executive Director for BOCES 5. And BOCES 5 is a little bit unique, as are two other BOCES, the Thermopolis BOCES and the Gillette BOCES, that run 24-hour residential programs. Those are the only three in the state that are special education placement, 24-hour care, and also BOCES. So we fit in the WISA group from the extension of the school district service arm and providing services to special education students. So we are in the group of 24-hour care with the WISA group. We are separate in that we are BOCES, and the origin of all three BOCES looks very different, and why they came to be as 24-hour special education placement programs. That aside, as Sarah indicated around the grants that specifically impact BOCES as an example, and would impact all of WISA, just to name a few more that maybe come into play. Federal grant, Title I, neglected and delinquent. We were eligible for those grants up until the timeframe that was discussed. And then again, told to go back through the school district for that type of funding. Additionally, funding that would have been beneficial for BOCES historically was ESSER dollars. When renovations could happen, roofs, siding, air systems, security measures, all of those, and not just BOCES, all of WISA, those funds could be eligible to those types of organizations federally. Wyoming statute didn't allow it because of the issues that were discussed today. The last part that I really wanted to address is around federally, through IDEA, it is mandated that the state education agency, Wyoming Department of Ed, has the continuum of services available within the state. I believe, from my personal opinion, I'm a longtime 30-year special educator, special ed administrator, that Wyoming meets that in probably unique, but maybe not statutorily legal ways in comparison to what other states do. And what I mean by that is you have the mechanism sitting right here that allows Wyoming Department of Ed to say we're meeting the statute that allows school districts to place students who need that level of care through their IEP process at an institution. That's one of the placements on the continuum, which is residential placement that is required, day schools on there, et cetera. So those are institutions that meet the requirement, yet they're not public. BOCES is the public component of that, but we are not designated as anything in Wyoming that says you're, and I do like Sarah's, I'm sorry, I forgot your last name, Sarah's definition of institutional school. I think that does define what you're trying to get at in this process, is students who are public ed students in Wyoming who need a high level of care enter an institution in Wyoming, and it doesn't really matter the structure, but there's complications that come with that structure through the placement and how that placement happens, whether it's through special education. That one is a little more seamless because the state mechanism exists. But when it comes through the courts, when it comes through Department of Family Services, not all of those students are yet eligible for special education. So again, then funding becomes complicated. And from there, then I would just add that the baseline exists. But when you look at the need to serve or to innovate through Title I, through CTE, that's where then we begin to struggle. One last point is all of the institutions fill out a report that says this is what it costs the state of Wyoming on average to send a student to any one of the institutions, and the Department of Family Services reimburses that amount for the residential care. An additional hurdle there is that is 2 years in arrear. And I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Senator Scott.
Thinking out loud for the next meeting, could we, this is a complicated administrative and legal issue. What would happen if we put together a bill that would assign, say, Department of Family Services or Department of Education, I don't really care who, to head a task force, including representation from the Department of Health, because Medicaid's involved, representation from Family Services, and the State Attorney General, to try to work out a solution to the problem of getting adequate support for these students that have to be placed in institutions, either through BOCES or otherwise, get a way that we can fund it and do it constitutionally. Rather than, I don't think a legislative committee is appropriate to work this one out. I think we need to assign it to the executive branch specifically, so they look at the whole thing and come back with a solution, and are advised by the State Attorney General, because the legal complications are more than a little daunting here. And I'm wondering if that would solve the problem that these people are bringing to us.
Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
Representative Andrew, Senator Schuler, I mean, nothing has been happening, so I think it would be great progress to be able, I think looking at the 3 departments that we're consistently using funds from together, we've talked about this a lot with the 3 directors of each of those departments on how do we get all the pieces talking to each other, because when I'm piecing together a kid's placement, it's a hodgepodge of state funding, and it's scrappy every time. And I think the state understanding what kind of inputs it's putting into things might clarify why these services are actually really critical and essential.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none. Thanks. Are these the final 3? Is there anybody else in the room? We have one more. Okay. Is there anybody online?
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Janine Bay Teskey, and I'm the past president of the Wyoming Charter School Authorizing Board. And I'd like to start by circling back on what Representative Lawley said, which was, what is the compelling reason that we're here today to talk to you? Well, the compelling reason is that we want to ensure that we provide all of our students with the same opportunities. And it's kind of interesting if you think back over time, and I'm pretty familiar because I was working with Representative Summers at the time when the 2023 legislation was drafted that put this board in place. A lot of statute comes before that. And I don't think we had any idea of the places that would block funding for this organization as a result of us not being a district. And please, I am not suggesting in any way that we want to be a district. I'm just suggesting, is there a way, because it gets to grants as well as some other funding streams that school districts are entitled to that the charter schools are not, because the statute calls out districts, for example, isolation payments for students for transportation. I mean, I can go as far as saying national board certification stipends. I mean, there's a list of them. And so, I've thought about it a lot. I've talked to Representative Lawley about it. I've talked to Tanya about it. And is there a simple way to go back to the 2023 legislation, which put us in place and defined our responsibilities? By the way, one of which is we do serve as the LEA or the lead education authorizer. Is there a way to amend our responsibilities to be able to make us eligible for these funding streams that we're precluded from because we're not a district? And like I said, I'm not here today to suggest we want to be a district. There's lots and lots of complications associated with that move, including, districts have the ability to tax for BOCES and that kind of thing. But simplistically, is there a way to go back and amend our responsibilities to allow these schools to be eligible for these funding streams so that their students have the same opportunities as some of the other students? And Christian, who you heard from yesterday, I'll be able to share, some of the responsibilities or some of the opportunities that the schools and the boots on the ground are seeing are lost as a result of previous statutes that never anticipated. We never anticipated that we would have schools that resided outside of the district structure. So at this, I'll turn it over to Christian to talk about his side of it, and then perhaps we can just open it up to questions amongst the three of us, if that's okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Christian Winger, Chief Executive Officer of Prairie View and Chugwater. I think Senator Olson and Chief Shaner said it the best earlier, that we are already a public school. We're a state authorized charter school, but we're already a public school and we don't have access to these grants. And highlighting the fact that the district authorized charter schools do have an opportunity to access that funding. We just don't, being a state authorized charter school. So that's really the problem. And obviously for us at the ground level, where we're trying to stand these schools up and build these schools and fund these programs, it creates a huge problem for us. And just from a funding standpoint, to not be able to access those, there's so many grants that we would like to be able to apply for, that we have tried to apply for, and then we get told that we're not eligible to do so. The CTE is a big one. We're a project-based education school, and so CTE fits hand in hand with project-based education, and so we miss out on all those opportunities while we're trying to build a new CTE building and buy tools and welders and toolboxes and table saws. All those things are expensive, and so when we just don't have access to the funding, it just really puts us at a disadvantage that I think we need to find a way to fix. So I recognize the challenges in this, and even what Mrs. Teskey is saying, that, when this original bill passed, there were so many of these problems that we had no idea were even going to be there until we met them head on. And I think this is just an example of one of those things. So I appreciate your guys' effort and willingness to look at it. I just want you to hear from us, on the ground level, how important these kinds of things are for us.
But the good news is we took the risk, we established the organization structure, and we're seeing great results as a result of it.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the panel before we move on to the next testifier? Senator Scott.
Are we dealing with one or two or three sources of these grants, or are there a whole lot of them?
I would suggest, Mr. Chair, Senator Scott, I would suggest there's a handful of them. There's a few grants. I think there's 3 or 4 grants. And then there's, like I said, isolation payments. Oh, shoot, what are they? Tuition for students for non-unified K-12, K-8 schools, teacher extra compensation for hard-to-fill positions, summer school, extra, after school grants.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Scott.
I think if there's a limited number of these and the Charter School Authorizing Board could define what they are for us, you got a relatively simple bill saying that these people are also eligible, notwithstanding the district language otherwise. And that we could get that drafted for next time.
We can certainly do that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Lawley.
I just want to again say I agree with that approach as well, because no one ever intended that these state authorized charter schools would not have access to these grants. Like, there's really no misunderstanding about intent of the legislature. It's about statutory construction and when the grants were created, and we just need to get that cleared up. We created this entity called, the legislature, state authorized charters, and for a rural state like Wyoming, it makes sense. But this is just obviously we've become aware of this place where there's just lack of understanding, and we need to create clarity. And I do think there's a somewhat urgency to it. Like it's something we need to clarify, because it isn't a matter of should they get it. They're a public school, they're entitled to it. So I agree with the approach, and to have a bill by November to look at. And it would be helpful for you to identify those grants that would help LSO in crafting the most effective legislation we can craft. So.
Mr. Chair, it's
Thank you.
kind of like
Please go
just
ahead.
peeling back the onion over the past 3 years and seeing, what did we not know as we entered into this process? And to take Representative Lawley's point, it's a really all about point in time. The statutes existed before we were created.
Senator Rothfuss. Oh, Mr. Wilmer.
Mr. Chairman, Matt Wilmarth, LSO. I don't think this is a simple bill. There are several sections or grants within your statutes that require careful policy considerations for this committee. We as LSO can't make those determinations for you. I think the National Board Certified Teacher Stipend is probably the easiest of your policy choices, in that it would just direct that the charter school within the district that it operates pays for that, and that the State Department of Education reimburses the charter school for that cost. But there are several grants that are made available to school districts that have unique policy considerations for them. For example, there's a brand new or 2-year-old career and technical education materials equipment grant that the legislature implemented. But the application for that is only if a school district exhausts all of its expenditures related to the additional CTE equipment, materials, and supplies within its block grant funding. It's on a district-wide basis. And so you can certainly make that for all school districts, excluding charter school allocations, but no charter school under the current array of charter schools provides CTE programs in a 3-sequence course that even generates funding for that. So that's, kind of a moot point at this point, but there may be in the future charter schools that would become eligible for consideration. But all that is premised under a school district expending. It's, exhausting all of those expenditures in any funds that it transferred to a special revenue fund. So that's just an example. Another example, there is a innovation education program grant that is allocated to school districts. But again, it's based upon a size of a school district, and districts are awarded based upon the number of students in that district, and the Department of Education determines who's eligible in each of those district categories. Well, again, charter schools aren't districts. They aren't eligible under the interpretation of the department. So there are certain policy considerations you need to kind of weigh. We as LSO can't work through that. I think it requires some further discussion and presentation on each of these amounts and grants. And I don't, if the committee wants to establish a working group to work through every single one of those, that's the prerogative of the committee. But it's going to be a lot of work, and there's a lot of consideration that needs to be taken place in that. With regards to the teacher extra compensation amount that's in the block grant, it is not for hard to hire positions. It is for unique circumstances of a school or a district. And so if you want to modify that, you can, but charter schools receive the same average salary in the block grant than any other school district in the state in which they operate. So if a charter school opens up in Teton County, they would get the same Teton County average salary. The charter schools that operate today get the same teacher average salary that operate in that district. So I'm not trying to complicate this any more than it is, but there are certain policy considerations that we as staff cannot make, but you haven't even had the conversation on each of these grants presented before you, and there are several. So I just wanted to provide that context.
Senator Office.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. One possibility that I've been thinking through as we've discussed this is the possibility of having specific language in one place, probably within the statewide charter school language that we put in place a couple of years ago that says something along the lines of, for purposes of grant awarding from the Wyoming Department of Education, any Wyoming public school that is not a part of a district shall be considered as a district. In other words, the school is equal to a district, which we've actually kind of got some cases in the state where more or less some of our smaller districts have been smaller than some of our charter schools are right now. And I'm wondering if that ends up working for all circumstances. I was test running it through what you were saying, and it seemed to work in that circumstance. But is there any area where that ends up being a problem that we can think of now? And I realize this is complicated, so we might not have a perfect answer.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Office, potentially. I mean, I think there may be schools within a public school within a school district that's not a charter school today that may want to apply for a grant, but it's not considered at the district level and moved on. And so now you're giving a certain school within a district, which is a charter school, a greater opportunity to receive grant funding that the district administration perhaps may not want to go out and compete against a charter school with.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly on that point, and then I'll let Matt continue. So I guess I wonder who that might be. If you're a district authorized charter school, I've got 2 district authorized charter schools. I believe they're part of the district. And so I would define it such that they would not be eligible for this special treatment. They're part of my school district. They have a vehicle. It's all okay. But trying to get to the point, and I guess we could explicitly call out district authorized charter schools ... instead of saying any school that's not a part of the district, to make that clear. But I don't know what else might.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Office, I think, again, you're allowing a school, whether it's a state authorized charter school, to compete for dollars against all other schools within the state of Wyoming. And even in your school district where you have 2 district authorized charter schools, you're now requiring the district on behalf of those charter schools to give the go-ahead or apply for certain funds. And again, this may be for a non-charter school where a principal of a school wants to have some type of grant at the Department of Education or at the state level, but it has to go through that district application process or awarded back to the district. But it takes that district to initiate that and apply for it. All I'm saying is you're now potentially giving greater advantage to a state authorized charter school in that instance, where other schools may not have that same advantage because they have to go through their district administration and application process.
Senator Office.
Another alternative idea, even though Janine explicitly just said that this was a bad one. But we could say something like, for purposes of grant applications from the Wyoming Department of Education, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the state authorizing board represents a district for the state approved charter. So in other words, carving it out, not creating a district in this instance, but giving that power to the state authorizing board to be the district for grant purposes from the Wyoming Department of Education for those schools that it oversees. So it's partial district responsibility. Do we see problems with that right off the top of our head, or?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Office, I think we're going to have to kind of walk through that. I think it's grant specific or case specific. There's accountability issues in terms of certain grants and reporting expenditures and so forth. I think we have to evaluate each grant. And I guess, if we can maybe focus these on certain grants or, again, I think it's a worthwhile discussion on all of these grants. If you want to bring all of these grants to the table or amounts to the table, I think it's worthy of consideration, all of those, to make those policy considerations on each of those individually. It's not an easy task. It's a robust task.
Hey, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Senator Olson.
I think Senator Office is going down the right path. I think there's definitely an appetite in the community and amongst the committee to see that these state authorized schools are eligible for a list of these grants. My understanding is there's 6 or 7 grants. So I think Mr. Wilmarth's making a great point that we need to look at each grant individually, but I think you could do this in a working group if you want, or we could draft the legislation, but either way, we just need to get the idea forward with the 7 grants. And then we can spend our next meeting, or the working group can spend time going through those 7 grants. But I agree with Mr. Wilmarth that we should go through them individually, but there's not 100 grants, there's only 7 grants. So it's complex, each grant, but the policy decision per grant shouldn't be that difficult for us to go through between now and November.
And Mr. Chairman and Senator Office and Senator Olson, the CTE is, I think, a unique grant in that there are 2 distinct grants that can be awarded currently. There's a demonstration project grant. There's a separate materials and equipment grant. But they're individual. You can't have both at the same time. And that was a policy consideration at the last creation of the grant. But I think it elevates the policy consideration too, in that perhaps we don't want to create a brand new CTE wing on a building, but maybe we want to provide access to the existing CTE facilities in a public school district, which that school is a part of under the statutes. Or do you want to provide access to a community college in which that school is located in? Because this isn't just grant, for the CTE side. It's not just grant money for those equipment and materials of that program, but now you start bringing in the school facilities side of it too. And Senator Office sits on that committee. Well, these charter schools are going out and building facilities on their own, but I don't know that there's any consideration of the statewide adequacy standards. And there are CTE for high schools or K-12 schools, there's CTE space dedicated in those adequacy standards. Have those been built to the adequacy standards? And if not, that may have been intentional because they don't want to program those, but now perhaps one charter school does. And so all of these are unique circumstances that potentially require, maybe it's not an investment on the capital side, but maybe it's an investment of ensuring there's equal access to the current existing facilities and ensuring that there's space available to those students in those charter schools at those existing facilities. Again, I'm just trying to bring some practical considerations as you think through this process. And Ms. Hytrek has another.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I will just advise you that
Can we wait 1 second?
we thought we were going to receive an
Pateski.
application from a CTE charter school this past cycle. They couldn't get it together in time to be able to do that. So I fully anticipate as we're moving forward, I mean, we're trying to diversify our portfolio here. And I think CTE is one of the, and STEM are, two of the logical places where it's going to happen. So somehow, how do we get ahead of this instead of continuing to stay behind it?
Thank you, Ms. Hytrek.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to add to Senator Olson's point about LSO drafting this bill on her own. I don't think that's possible. A good example is the CTE grant under 21-13-337. To receive that grant, you are required, the district is required to spend down their education resource block grant model funds for CTE supplies and equipment before you're eligible for that. So how would that work with the charter school authorizing board? They don't receive education resource block grant model funds. And so what is their qualification to be eligible for that? And that's just one example, but each grant has a separate eligibility consideration. And I, as not a policymaker and not an elected official, don't feel comfortable making those decisions on behalf of the committee.
Senator Olson.
Thank you. I think that's perfect. That's exactly what we're asking for. Is there's 7 grants. We draft legislation with 7 grants. You plug in your staff comment that says this doesn't work and help us walk through those 7 grants. We can leave CTE off. Maybe that's the easiest thing to do if that one's already that obviously excludable. But I would like to see us walk through the other 6 grants in the same analysis that you've given us for the CTE. Not something we can do right now, I don't think, but in my mind, that's the exercise that we need to go through to figure out whether any of these grants make sense for the state authorized charter schools.
Representative Kelly.
Mr. Chairman, it appears to me we've opened up a huge can of worms here that is actually adjacent to the bill that we're currently discussing. Maybe we should finalize our actions on this bill and save this discussion for committee directives.
Thank you, Representative Kelly. Mr. Waller.
I wasn't going to speak. John Waller, Executive Director of the Wyoming Charter School Authorizing Board. Just a point. I get that this is complicated. There's been nothing easy for the past couple of years when I'm in this job. But I do think if you take a grant and you look at, what's the purpose of a grant? It's to spur creativity and innovation. And I feel like sometimes we lose sight of, these are Wyoming kids. These are all our kids. And all we want to do is level the playing field. We don't want to elevate the playing field. And so I like your approach, Senator Olson, of going item by item. But I feel like I have to advocate for these schools because they're all our kids. And if we want them to be innovative and think out of the box and have opportunities that, I just think we got to take the time to look through this stuff and make sure we're giving the same opportunities to everyone. And so we knew coming to, bring this up at this meeting, we knew it's complicated, but I would love us to at least advance the conversation and to look at these things and see if we can do some problem solving. That's what we've been doing since we got, since this group formulated. So that would be my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Waller? Oh.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just sort of brainstorming over here with Matt. I mean, I do think one possible avenue to explore is adding a requirement to 21.3.110, which is the school district's obligations, that mandates that that the school districts shall include charter schools as a public school within the school district in consideration of grants, not isolating them separately. That might be an avenue if you're looking for sort of a simple solution. These schools are public schools within the school districts. It's apparent that perhaps they're not cooperating with each other. And so you could force that issue through the obligations of the school district. It's one option.
Great, thank you. Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Rob Hill. I'm the Public Policy Chairman for the Wyoming Association of Career and Technical Education and the President of Wyoming Skills USA. This is complicated. I agree with you all. I wanted to provide you all some brief data from our friends over at the Business Alliance. Our workforce has about 297,000 people. And each year, for the next few years, we're projecting losing 14,500 people into from that workforce. Right now, 84% of our jobs align to the national career clusters on how we define CTE. So we are a CTE state, and we're a CTE economy. And all of our students that are interested in pursuing career and technical education are important to us. So I'm here in testimony in support of our students that are enrolled in a charter school, but they're not eligible for a lot of these CTE resources. My understanding is we have 40 students over in Chugwater that are taking CTE courses, but the problem really for CTE goes back to how we fund CTE. And I think, going off memory, I think it was 2003, we established how we fund CTE, and we've had many changes over the years, and it's a 34% multiplier now. There's three buckets to how we fund that. One of them is the grants that we're talking about now. Those are extremely important to new programs because it's just so expensive to stand up CTE programs. So important, but expensive. Then we have two other buckets that, not to muddy the water here, but Senator Rothfuss, I think you probably recall with former Chairman Northrup, we raised the bottom on the material supply equipment and repair fund. So now a small school can get 28,000, just north of 28,000 annually to help fund their programs. Well, a charter school wouldn't be eligible, is my understanding for that. And then there's a third bucket that helps pay for CT teachers. And I think about 1 in 7 salaries are picked up by the state. So you have these three buckets that a kid in maybe Guernsey right down the road that's in a school district, their programs have it, but this school wouldn't. And I can tell you from experience, a table saw at Natrona County High School is going to cost as much as it costs in Chugwater. So there's a scale issue here for these students as well. So we're here in support of those CT students that need those critical resources, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions after that.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
You know, Mr. Chair, I'm kind of feeling like a chicken and an egg. So we have to spend down our CTE resources in order to be eligible for the grants, but we can't get get funded for the CTE resources until we get 3 consecutive programs in place. It's like, how do we get the programs in place if we can't get the startup money to move forward with them? Am I misinterpreting it?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I may, since the material supply equipment and repair fund is categorical now, that may, and Mr. Wilmar may correct me if I'm wrong, but that may sunset or could be easier to sunset if you remain categorical with those funds. then that may be a possible solution there, that you don't have a look back because those funds need to be expended anyway. So that's just a thought.
Thank you. With that, we'll conclude public testimony. Committee, what is your pleasure on this bill and possibly a few others? Any discussion?
I feel like we've.
Representative Stock? You're good.
After all that thank you, Chairman. After all that discussion, I guess I'm a little confused. I like this bill. Was everything that we just discussed going to help that out, or at least take care of this bill just now and then maybe have some work at something else for next time or just for next year? I don't know. I just feel like we got so off. I'm a little lost as if where we were on this bill.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. As I see it, the bill that we're considering is fundamentally broken, but we need a resolution. So I don't think we can pass the bill that we have. It is, in my opinion, unconstitutional. And so we have to restructure it as one objective. How do we come up with something that addresses the concerns that we heard in a way that is constitutional? And that's a challenge. I don't have any answers to that, but I think we all probably agree that we need to find a way, because we understand the compelling interest for Cathedral Home and BOCES and other institutions around the state. So regrettably, the bill's not it. And that's one challenge. We've identified this entirely separate challenge about our state authorized charter schools, which would be a different bill. And requires us to go through and find a solution, whether there is some elegant one pager or whether it's going through each of the different programs and making sure they appropriately conform. Take some work also. I think both of those can be potentially worked by next meeting. I would advise for each of them a couple of additional small working groups, maybe somebody other than just Representative Lawley working on her own. It's not, we can try and have at least a second person on there for you. But I think they're both solvable. The constitutional concern is the harder one. Honestly, I think this other concern with the state authorized charter schools, that's very much within our power. It's just a matter of doing work and figuring out how to solve it. So my inclination would be that we end up putting together a couple of different working groups and tackle them separately and come back with bills next time that are hopefully constitutional and do the job. But we don't have anything before us today that is actionable to solve either problem. I know that we've got a lot of interested parties, though, that would be happy to partner with us, I'm sure, and work with us as stakeholders on those task forces.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree wholeheartedly with what Senator Rothfuss just said, that we don't have a solution before us that's workable to solve any of these problems, but that there remain to be important problems. And I do think we can work them out. At least I actually kind of liked Senator Scott's recommendation or thoughts about trying to create a task force outside of us. Maybe there's a legislative member, but that really does deal with Attorney General, it deals with department, and to try to solve the stakeholders that are these non-public entities in ways that are legally possible. I think it's not going to be accessing a grant directly, but I think there's another way around that. But I think we need to do it carefully and thoughtfully, but we could get that ball rolling. That's one possibility in a work group. And then I think it's a completely separate thing, the issue with the state authorized charter schools, which are public schools, and there is clear intent of the legislature that they should have access to whatever they qualify for. And the idea of identifying grants that are specifically related to them is important. but we also may have to consider there's grants that might not be on that list, that might one day be a grant they might want to access. So, but I think, again, that's a separate work group. But I think, again, all of them are a priority because it's really some important concerns have been raised by both of these two groups, non-public, and then a public school that's not getting access to the things that they should. And so I think we should work on both and try to pull something together. And I think that there should be some really great people on those work groups, and not maybe me, but I'm not saying I wouldn't help with one of them, but I'm just saying I think we need to get some folks that really have the time and can focus on it and kind of see what those complexities are and what ways we might get around them. So,
Senator Olson.
On the first issue, I'm not sure if I understood the difference between what I think Senator Scott said and what Representative Lawley is saying. I'm not sure if the ask is for us to sponsor a bill creating an actual task force that will go forward outside of the interim, or Senator Scott, was your point to create a working group with the Attorney General Department?
No, my point was to create a bill telling the Department of, I would say, Family Services to look into this problem with adequate funding for the education of the students that Family Services and other state agencies and court, I think it's all court appointed, but Family Services is usually involved. Get placed at these institutions and find a way that they can be adequately reimbursed for the services that they're providing. Because frankly, there's a problem here that we've knocked off a number of the agencies that were serving us, and it's just been ignored. And I think it's something that a state agency with support from the Attorney General needs to do. And I'd tag Family Services as the one to do it. And it's just a simple bill telling them that come back to the legislature with a set of recommendations that appears to be constitutional and solves the problem.
Further discussion. Representative Lawley.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I agree. We don't have all the tools to solve that problem. And there really needs to be an approach that we get clarity with some solutions and then being brought to the legislature. I just do think that one is complex on so many different levels, but we want to solve the problem. It's a problem worthy of our attention, but that's why I kind of support this idea of creating something that then looks at all the different aspects of it and then comes back to us with some recommendations that would be constitutional to address some of those concerns. That was what I was suggesting also.
Is there a motion?
I'm gonna make a motion. We have a bill draft. Just that.
Sensing a second. All right. Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Senator Olson. All right. Seeing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. All right. We will see that bill draft at the next meeting. Does LSO need any further? All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Scott.
I couldn't hear what you last said, but I would volunteer to be a point of contact for the LSO if there's questions on mechanics of putting the bill draft together.
Okay. I don't think there's any objections. So,
Mr. Chairman, I know that Senator Brennan also volunteered. She may not still be on, but she also volunteered to help out with any of the working groups that we create. So just for your benefit.
we could certainly find one for her.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, she's still.
I am still on, and yes, I would be happy to be a part of a working group. Or if we need to, that's fine also.
All right, well, is there a motion for which working group we'll assign to Senator Brennan?
Well, I would move that we would have a working group that would deal with the charter schools and grant applications.
Do we have a second? Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Question having been called, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. All right, Senator Brennan will lead that working group, and hopefully maybe some other members interested in that will help her, possibly.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I'm not speaking loud
Mr.
enough.
Chairman, I've simply been unable to hear you.
Sorry, I'm not close enough to my mic. Senator Brennan will lead the working group on the issues with the charter school grants. And if anyone would be able to help her from the committee, it's nice to have more legislators on those working groups. Is there any further discussion on this topic? Any further motions? If not, we will move on to our next discussion, and which is the virtual schools. I'm missing my agenda here.
So as we mentioned before, we kind of decided that we're ahead of schedule. And I think Representative Andrews just done an outstanding job of not only staying on schedule, but staying ahead of schedule. So we talked about the fact that with just the virtual being the only thing on the afternoon session, that maybe we could just work through lunch. We've talked to some of the folks that we know, some of them are in the room and some of them may be online. And really the idea behind what we asked for here was just more information about our virtual schools, how they're funded. And we did get some information from a variety of schools, and I do appreciate that, that to give us the kind of a little background about each one of your schools, but we're happy to hear from you as well, for those that are in the room or online. Anything else you'd like to add besides the information we have here? But we'll start it off with Mr. Wilmarth, and he's got quite a bit of information. So we'll go at that point. If you need a break, just take one, come back. Does that work? Okay.
And the house is gone.
And whoa.
That's how you lose the house quick.
No, it's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I think now, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, Matt Wilmarth, Legislative Service Office, Budget and Fiscal Deputy Administrator. This is a similar presentation from what I provided the committee back in June at the June 1st and 2nd meeting. So I won't belabor a lot of the slides, but there are two new slides that I have included. I think the experts behind me will weigh in on and provide kind of the nuts and bolts on how their virtual education programs operate. But I just wanted to provide some context again on the virtual education programs. Again, this is the committee's priority number 3 on studying the virtual education programs and how they're funded and how students are counted. I've included links to the meeting materials from the June meeting. This also was studied during the 2025 recalibration effort. Appendix J of that report includes some of the information I'm presenting to the committee today. And then also there are minutes from the 2022 interim when the Joint Education Interim Committee studied this topic. High level virtual education programs are created under Wyoming Statute 2113-330. This was done part of the 2008 session. The legislature created and amended this section of law, and it directed these virtual education programs and students to be counted among a school district's average daily membership at which the student would participate in a similar grade configuration. So for example, if you're a K-12 school district with one school building, all of those students would be assigned to that one building. But if you have three separate buildings, your elementary students would be assigned to the elementary building, the middle school students would be assigned to the middle school building, and the high school students would be assigned to the high school building. Those students are then counted amongst the average daily membership of that district. Most of the programs and the data we have are for what we call full-time virtual education students. These are students who receive more than 50% of their educational program through the virtual education setting. Part-time students are not reported from the Department of Education data, but there are instances where a student may participate in a virtual education program on a part-time basis, but it is at 50% or less on a proportional amount. ADM is counted in accordance with the Department of Education rules. There are instances where students may accelerate their education and complete a course in less time than a full school year. Those instances are accounted for in the Department of Education rules, but those ADMs are then included within the count of the schools and the districts to generate the resources in the block grant model. That funding is then allocated back to the school district through that school foundation program amount, and it administers that virtual education program under its own priorities and desires and contracts and so forth. In addition to the ADM count that those virtual education students generate, if they are also considered eligible for the free and reduced lunch program, mobile, or an English language learner, they are then included in the at-risk count. That is one component or a student count within the K-12 funding model. Further, if they participate in CTE education programs that are eligible for additional funding, they would be included in that student count as well. Finally, if those students are special education and receive additional services from the school district that are eligible for reimbursement under the special education reimbursement funding, they would also receive costs or reimbursements for those amounts through the district reimbursement from the Department of Education. Just to refresh your memory on how many virtual education students that have been reported by the Department of Education, approximately just under 2,500 students, and this is in enrollment, not ADM, but enrollment. It did peak in the 2020-21 school year. You may recall that was the year in which the COVID pandemic was going on. There was an acceleration of enrollments in those programs, and it has kind of flattened out to about 2,400, just under 2,500 students in the past couple of years. As I met with you in June, there were 6 statewide programs. There will be a 7th statewide program beginning in school year 2026-27 in Park County School District number 16, which is in Meeteetse. So we don't have any current full-time student counts for that program yet because it hasn't begun. We can report those once the October 1st enrollments are available. And I believe Superintendent Ogden's in the audience and he can speak to potentially the number of students that may enroll in that program. Again, this is kind of, there are 3 primary large statewide programs located in Bighorn County School District number 1, Niobrara County School District number 1, and Weston County School District number 7. As part of the recalibration effort that I mentioned in my opening comments, 2 pieces of data I think are relevant to this discussion were collected. The first on this table is the vendor fee arrangement. In a majority of the programs, except for in Park County School District number 16, those school districts work with a virtual education vendor to help assist in the curriculum and technology and other needs to implement the virtual education program. They have vendor fee arrangements that differ amongst those districts. And again, I'll let those districts here today to speak to those, but this table summarizes how those vendor fee arrangements are established. But again, from a state perspective, the legislature has given the districts the local control on how to establish those arrangements and what those fees should be. The state has not dictated what those arrangements should be or who the contractor should be. That is all left to the local discretion of the local school districts. And I just wanted to, again, give you a summary of what those are by district based upon what was provided during the recalibration report. But I also followed up with each of these school districts to clarify if this was the same information. There were a few changes based upon those conversations. The next slide discusses the responsibility of hiring of the virtual education program teachers. In most cases, the school district is responsible for hiring those teachers and paying for those teachers. But in some instances, the vendor in which those school districts contract with are actually hiring and making those decisions. Again, this is the information that I was able to garner based upon the recalibration report, but also, again, following up with the school districts after that information was presented. The final piece that I presented in June, but I'll just remind, and this gets to a conversation we just had regarding availability of grants. There is a distance education grant available in Wyoming statute. Actually, it's Wyoming session law. It actually is not codified. So this may be an area where we can get some direction through the working group. But in 2008, there was a session law created to develop a distance education grant that provided school districts additional funding to provide additional professional development or startup costs for these virtual education programs. The current biennial appropriation for the 27-28 biennium is $340,000 from the Public School Foundation program account. And then on the right-hand side, I've detailed what the awards of those have been to since fiscal year 2009-10 biennium for each of the school districts. You can see Niobrara County School District number 1 has been awarded the most money since that grant's been established. With that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to take any questions from the committee. But I just wanted to kind of set the stage again for this conversation. I think, as you indicated, the remainder of the agenda is really to hear from the experts on how they administer these programs.
Questions for Mr. Wheelmarth? I had just a couple, and you may not be able to answer these. Maybe some of the folks here in the room can, but it's interesting to me when I looked at the slides, the contracts for the vendors, would they be during a fiscal year? I wonder how those contracts work. Can they change a contract at the end of, let's just say December, things aren't working out, or are they year by year? Are they more than 1 year? Do you have any idea on the contracts, how those work with some of the vendors?
Madam Chairman, I do not. I would defer to the school districts on that piece.
And then just as a follow-up question, it's interesting to me also that in some of these programs, the virtual programs, some of them, they hire the teachers, and then in others, the district hires teachers. Regardless of that, though, I assume that they would all have to be under the same responsibilities in terms of what a public school teacher would be in terms of their the PTSD and the standards that are required. Is that true?
Madam Chair, that is my understanding, that each of these teachers do meet the credential requirements under PTSB, and I can be corrected, but that is my understanding.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you for your time on this.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Well, we're going to open it up now, and we don't necessarily have to go in order with what's on here, but just come on up, whoever's in the room. Whether you're on the list or not, we really do want to hear from all of you that are here. So jump in and tell us what's kind of unique and exciting and different with your, or similar to other virtual schools.
And Madam Chairman, while they're getting all settled, I know you're focused on people in the room, but you do have Dr. Penny Bullinger online
Okay.
from Niobrara whenever you're ready for that.
Should we go ahead and take her first since there's just one?
That is totally up to you, Madam Chairman.
Let's do that.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll bring her in.
Let's do that.
Hello, Madam
Welcome.
Chair and committee members.
We're glad to see you. For those of you who didn't know, a couple of us had a little informal meeting. Excuse me, I almost called you Mr. Williams. Representative Williams kind of led the charge on this. And so we heard a little bit about your program, but we want to hear more. So go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what you want us to know.
Madam Chair and committee members, my name is Dr. Penny Bullinger, and I have been in Niobrara County going on my 3rd year. Prior to my start as superintendent in April of this year, I was a principal at Lust Elementary School in Lance Creek Rural School. Our virtual program is outstanding. And even though we have some challenges within our contractual agreement, our program serves over 600 students. Our virtual students are held to the same standards as all of the students within the brick and mortar schools. We have very good agreements with the administrative team within Stride in allowing those students to have access to as much of the general curriculum as we can. Some challenges that we face with our virtual program that I know are challenges probably the other virtual programs face. You know, with the lack of Title I funding, we have a lot of students that could really benefit from that additional reading support. Technology funding is always a challenge because kids in the virtual platform, they definitely need access through those technology devices. We hire all of our teachers. They are all PTSB certified through the state of Wyoming. Many don't live in the state of Wyoming, but they are all certified. So payroll, benefits, all of that is handled through Niobrara County School District. We have a very unique system in our relationship with Stride as our contractor, and our contract automatically renews every 6 years. We went into that contract in 2009. Due to recalibration, we have requested a great deal of contract updates and changes. We hope to have that by the end of August, given the current contract certainly doesn't fit with recalibration. So we are working hard with Stride on trying to come up with some positive solutions to some of the barriers that we are facing. Another barrier that we face with our virtual kiddos, their student achievement measures are counted the same as the brick and mortar students. However, there are many challenges for those students. They are not allowed access to the modulars and YTOP. Those students have to be taken to a central location and tested in person. And those students end up having to take the entirety of the YTOP test in one day. That is not an equitable testing process for those students. And as I stated, those scores are counted just the same as our brick and mortar kiddos, but yet the equity in how those students are assessed and what they are allowed to do and not do is certainly not equitable. The other issue that we face, that we struggle with, is the lack of technology funding for them. And we were able to get creative with the previous block grant model. However, now with the funding being siloed, we're certainly facing some challenges with that. The students in our virtual platform, we actually have more students in that than we have in our brick and mortar schools. We are definitely looking at having to become very creative now with the new model that is now in place. We want our students to be successful. We want to be a state where parents can choose their education platform And there obviously is a need with over 600 students just in our virtual platform for this type of education delivery. You know, my hope is we can find a way to have equitable services. These are all Wyoming kids, and to find equitable service delivery for those kiddos. My largest area of concern for them, in all honesty, is making sure that they have access to the same type of assessment processes so that we are actually getting a fair and accurate assessment of their growth measures. I do not see how that's even possible at this point. We're throwing those students into a gym or into an office someplace, wherever we can test them. You know, they're definitely not in their normal routine. They're not with, in many instances, even with people that they know. And yet we're counting those scores just the same as we do a brick and mortar kiddo with no practice, no preparation for those tests. So I do hope that that is something that can be addressed. I know with the new Pearson platform, those discussions have started, and I'm greatly looking forward to, hopefully we'll get some resolution on that as we head into the new testing process. Outside of that, I am open to questions. I know Niobrara is a little bit unique in our contractual obligations, but I would certainly welcome questions as to how we do business and what we do with our kiddos.
Questions for Dr. Bollinger? Yes, go ahead, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Schuler, and thank you, Dr. Bollinger, for joining us today. And if you don't mind, I mean, I know this can get kind of long-winded because you and I have had these conversations before, but could you give us a brief summary of the contractual complications that you're seeing associated with our new recalibration effort?
Good, Doctor.
Madam Chair and Representative Williams, our largest challenge that we have is our vendor has a national student rate that they charge the district. And that national student rate, unfortunately, they have not released to us. It has been asked for several times. They have not released that information to us. With recalibration, we no longer have the flexibility due to the funding being siloed to maintain at the current rate that we are at. We are in a deficit budget with Stride at this point due to the fact that the fees that we are being charged without being able to have that block grant money pooled, we no longer have the flexibility to be able to pay those fees associated with Stride. And so with that, we have some significant challenges ahead of us. We have asked for a different type of contract to allow for us to continue. I pray that those things happen because this is an important program to us. But we face some significant challenges just due to the fee structure and the way that Stride, the original contract, was put together. The block grant formula that we had before worked very well for that. The current one does not.
Did you follow up? I just have a question along those same lines. I know we talked a little bit about this vendor, and I don't know when your contract is up. Is that similar to other vendors, a 6-year contract? I mean, that just seems kind of outrageous to me. Or do you know?
Madam Chair, I don't know the answer to that question, but I will tell you when I got into my position, I had the very same thought. And that is part of the contract negotiation. The other issue is the per student allocation that we are being charged and what constitutes, how did they come up with that number? Is it specific to Wyoming? What is included in that per student cost that we are being charged? So those details are being fleshed out. I do not agree with the 6-year automatic contract renewal. Stride is very aware of that. And we have had to have some very honest and hard conversations about that type of a contract in a Wyoming system, especially now under a whole new funding model. And we will continue to have those conversations, hopefully until we can find a positive resolution.
And just a follow-up question, I also started wondering a little bit about, I know you have students that are from all over. What about teachers? How many of those teachers that you have hired actually live in Niobrara County? Are most of them outside the county, or do any of them live there in Lusk? Or just out of curiosity, what's the breakup of that, or breakdown, excuse me?
Madam Chair, we have no Niobrara County individuals that work for the district that work in our virtual academy. We have a couple that work for Stride as administrators, which Representative Williams, his wife is actually one of our principals. But as far as actual in-district teachers that work there, there's some support staff individuals that do, but not on the instructional side.
Okay, thank you. And as far as the access for your testing, I think that might be something that maybe the Department of Education, we can visit with them a little bit today before we're done and maybe get some ideas on that. Any other questions for Dr. Bollinger? Okay, thank you so much for being on Zoom, and it's nice visiting with you the other day.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Madam Chair. You as well.
All right, who wants to go first? This is the
I'll
first
go.
group. Look out.
I'll go. I'm the new guy.
Fun begins.
So Shane Ogden, Superintendent, Park County School District 16 in Meeteetse. And as you were told, we have only had a charter school for a couple of months now. We do have a whopping enrollment of 2 students in our middle school program. And we decided that we did not want to go out with a vendor. And so I have to negotiate my contract with my teachers every single day, which will include a coffee cart and popcorn and probably candy along the way. But 100% of our program will be taught by Meeteetse school teachers. We don't contract out with any other teachers for that as well. And so everything is completely in-house. It is our curriculum given by our teachers, just over a different means than brick and mortar. It'll just be over virtual. But the content is the same. The expectations will be the same as well.
Any questions for Superintendent Ogden? Just one I have. Is it 7 through 12, sir?
It is. We will actually do kindergarten through 12th grade.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else? All right. Thank
Thanks.
you so much. Appreciate it.
Great. Chairman Schuler and Committee, Teresa Chalk, Superintendent, Lincoln County School District number 1.
Kim Zuniga, Business Manager in Lincoln 1.
So we started in 24, 25, and I guess the background would be for many, many years, I was opposed of virtual schools. And I guess what really changed my mind towards them was for 2 reasons. One, I wanted to try to get my homeschooled kids back in school. And 2, it offers more coursework for my high school students because they can also take the classes that are offered online. So those are the 2 main reasons that we went and we started K-9, then we added 10, 11, and this coming year we'll actually have seniors in our program. And we are, until there's 300 students, we're 299, it's an 85-15 split. And then once the magic number is 300, it'll go 87-13. And Kim and I we like that. I can tell you our vendor does not. Acel argues with us all the time that they want more money, but it's black and white. Here's the 100 with VPAL, here's the 100 without VPAL. You get 85% of that difference. And they are paid the same time we are. Their very first year in operation, they didn't get a dime. I said, you get the money when we get it. And so they've accepted those terms. Ours was a 3-year contract. And this is our 3rd year coming up. And if we did not, we have to give a year's notice. So if we did not want to go to the 27-28 school year, we should have notified them in May. So we appreciate the contract. What I like about it, number 1, we do not hire the teachers. They hire the teachers, but we make sure that they're certified because they have to work with our district office staff on the 602 report and make sure that they meet all Wyoming requirements. And the other thing I wasn't expecting is it's a lot of, we didn't add any employees to implement this program. So it's a lot of work for myself, for the business manager, for the, we call her MIS, Management of Information System person, because we're Infinite Campus, they're Power School. They're still our district. So we're responsible for all the students, are responsible for all their IEPs and making sure that everybody's certified and that their needs are met. So there's a lot of conferencing always going on with the virtual school principal. and which I think's great. But again, unintended amounts of time being spent just making sure the program works. And I think some of the things that we do that may be different, I made sure that the vendor knew that we're not a catch-all for kids who do not want to come to school. Their parents don't want to take them to school. It's right in our handbook that if you are missing on the attendance policy, you will be kicked out and your brick and mortar school will be notified that you need to return. Because I've had kids go to virtual schools, come back 2 years later, they scored lower than they did when they left us. And I said, we're here to help those who need it, for those students statewide, and for our students to have better access, more opportunity. But we're not here to be a safe haven to say that there's not educational neglect going on. So I don't know, that's in a nutshell what I have to present.
Chairman Schuler, members of the committee, I also wanted to address that we did receive the distance education grant for this upcoming school year. I believe a little bit north of 28,000, and that will be used for VPAW to create a work readiness course, as well as to work with scope and sequence and map out for the standards. So, but I wanted to let you know that we did receive that grant for this upcoming year.
And we worked really well with the high school, with Carly, our principal, because that's ran through the district. So we, through the grant management system, have to work with them and review and approve and submit that. So.
Questions? Yes, go ahead. Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is directed here, but also to whoever might want to jump in on this when it's our turn to speak. And I want to preface this by saying that quite often when we talk about public school and public education results, I understand there's a tendency for some backs to stiffen and people to start to think we're laying blame or something. But I'm somebody who likes to look for solutions, not lay blame. I understand the challenge of distance education. I've taught in the classroom and I currently teach distance education. I'm looking at the YTOP scores. And it's already been talked about by a previous participant that there are problems with administering that. And I would expect virtual learning to have slightly lower proficiency scores in like ELA, in which it does. I'm concerned about math. And again, I'm not laying blame here. I'm wondering what the challenge is in delivering math virtually, that we might hear a common theme that we could address through funding or technology, because I'm looking grades 3 through 10, and the majority of students are below basic in mathematics. And that is significant. It's almost double what it is in-person learning. So I would like some information and insight on the challenges of delivering math virtually.
Superintendent?
Chairman Schuler, Representative Kelly. So I have to say that I'm not the online teacher, so I don't know if somebody else there could answer that better, but I have taught statistics online before and it's not easy. But we work hard with our Carly and the virtual staff to say that we have to bring these scores up. What do you need? What is the area that needs to improve the most? And I think a lot of it is just that online training, which all of our teachers have to have that virtual training piece to be able to do that. But I'm at the same loss you are, Representative Kelly. We're trying to figure out how to improve those scores, because that is another thing that any district who has a virtual program, the scores are at Canyon Elementary, the scores are at Cameron Junior Senior High, and they bring us down. We've only been partially meeting once till we started a virtual program. But it's like, okay, we're here for all kids. It doesn't matter if you're Lincoln 1, Sheridan 1, we're all here for every Wyoming kid. And we need to work harder together instead of separate to try to figure out the reason that we struggle so much in math. And I do think it will help. And I know the virtual department part of WDE is working to try to make access to state testing easier, more accessible. But if we figure that out, we'll get rich together, Representative Kelly, but we'll work on that, okay?
Senator Scott, did you have a question?
Madam Chairman, my question really is on the what your market is. What makes a student want to be a virtual student? Why do they choose that as opposed to going to their brick and mortar school district?
So, and
Go ahead, Superintendent.
Chairman Schuler, Senator Scott, I believe that there's as many answers to that as why is a student a traditional student? Why are they an alternative school student? Maybe their parents travel a lot. Maybe they're homebound and they can't come to school. Maybe they have social emotional issues and the parent prefers to keep them at home. Maybe they're an excelled student and usually on virtual programs, it's easier to advance quicker than a brick and mortar. I think that there are a lot of answers to that question, Senator Scott.
I would chime in as well, Superintendent, because I taught some virtual classes and I had kids that wanted to fast track. I had kids that moved in that didn't have the qualifications that they needed to be able to graduate. I had some that had health issues, got behind. It was the whole gamut. A couple of them that felt like they were being bullied, but maybe they were, maybe they weren't. But they just wanted. So it's all over the planet. Yeah, good question though.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Superintendent Schock or Ms. Zuniga? Okay. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for sticking around with us. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, Madam Chair and Education Committee. Thank you for hosting this session today. My name is Shannon Siebert. I'm the school leader and principal for Wyoming Connections Academy, associated with Bighorn County School District Number 1.
And I'm Richard Parker, business manager for Bighorn 1.
Go ahead. Who's going to jump in and
I think
lead us on? Okay.
Richard, are you good with me jumping in?
Well, I did want to address Senator Schuler's question about contracts as far as year by year. So Senator Schuler, we, with Connections and Pearson is the parent company, we have currently a 5-year contract with them, and we're in our 3rd year of that. The way that we have that structured presently is that they get 95% of the funding that between our brick and mortar and the what is generated overall through the program. And then additionally, as far as teachers, yes, they're all PTSB certified. Even for our one-off courses that we have, the teachers that teach those, such as like French or German or whatever those are, they all have to be Wyoming certified and stuff. And that's through the reporting that we have to do that they recognize who they are and their certification with PTSB. So.
Right. And so, yeah, I was going to address the contracts as well. When we first moved over, well, let me preface this with when we first started in the state of Wyoming, we were Jackson Hole Connections Academy associated with Teton County School District. And in 2011, we moved our partnership to Bighorn County School District Number 1, where we had 3-year contracts. Just that the last 2 contracts have moved to 5 years. And the board doesn't want to do anything further than that because you don't want to ever make a decision for a board that isn't currently on the board. So 5 years is the extent of our contracts at this time, but it is a pretty good standard across many of the virtual programs in the United States to have a 3 or 5 year contract. Certifications, we are all Wyoming State certified. We do work with PTSB as well as making sure that they're certified in the appropriate CTE standard pathway. We also have many teachers that have residency in Wyoming. They may live all over the state of Wyoming, which we actually prefer so that we have resources and can get out into those local communities for in-person events, local activities to bring families together and offer some socialization. We did have to hire outside of the state during the pandemic because of the need, and we didn't want to penalize those really amazing teachers. They are Wyoming State certified, so we did grandfather those in, but any new hires are to reside within the state or within the boundaries. So by that, I mean, we do have a school counselor that currently resides in Colorado, but she's literally 10 minutes away from the border. So we need somebody in Cheyenne to represent that community. And her husband's in the military in Cheyenne. So she's definitely understands the Wyoming state and how our communities work. And regarding access to testing, the state has been wonderful in working with us. And I know Jessica, the virtual education coordinator, has helped to advocate for some of the changes. We are going to be offering virtual assessments for the first time this year with students. That's one of the reasons they changed this platform in which they deliver the YTOP assessments. So I actually just had a phone call Friday afternoon because I am a planner, and August 4th, I was like, where are those plans? Those are delayed because we want to make sure we're doing that appropriately, and I agree with the state on that. We want to make sure we're creating a plan that has cybersecurity, that has the communities in mind, that has really thought through all of the different aspects of virtual assessments. But we are opening that channel. So they'll be working with school districts in the first semester to finalize their state testing plans and security agreements. And then we will utilize that virtual assessment for the first time in the fall interim window, or the winter interim window, and spring summative window for YTOP. ACT does still have to be administered in person, and so we will still be getting out into the communities that way. When they first announced that change in May, we did think about maybe dipping our toe into the water, but regarding accountability measures, just segueing into that, one of the big things that we learned from the Pearson conference this summer with going to sessions where there are states that have been doing this for a couple of years is that they did see their accountability scores raised pretty dramatically by doing the virtual assessments because the students were in the environment that they're most comfortable. And then it also gives our students access to that system 3 times a year. So if you think about third grade assessments, if you're looking at that data right now, you're more likely going to see that the third graders look like they bombed that. Well, there's a reason for that because they haven't had access to that platform until they get there in the spring. And they're also testing with 8th and 10th graders and really scared, even though we try to assure them that it's okay. So we're very excited to offer that opportunity this year, and we really appreciate the Wyoming Department of Education working with us on that. And we anticipate that we will see an increase in those scores. We've also seen an increase in technology, AI use. And that's something that our PLCs were working on last year, is talking through what can we do to shift, right, the way that we approach our virtual education and ensuring that students are actually learning the material and not just utilizing AI in the background. And so we piloted in an English course in the second semester project-based learning opportunities where they could utilize AI appropriately, but they had to create their own ideas, their own thoughts, and they used it to research, but come together. It took a lot of work and it was not easy. It took a lot of resources and time, but it was very effective and the students were much more engaged and they worked with the teacher one-on-one in many instances. And they created such amazing pieces that I actually said, let's publish those next year. But I think that that's a challenge, not just in brick and mortar, but in virtual as well, is the AI and advances in technology. So in regard to the question about the virtual market, we have a plethora of reasons why students come to virtual. Over the years, the increase in students feeling like they're being bullied at their local school districts is the #1 reason for coming to virtual ed. And it's more that it's what's really interesting to me is it's usually cyberbullying. And while you would think that wouldn't go away just by going to a virtual program, it actually does. And so these kids can connect, and you would think maybe we would experience some of that. We have actually only had one instance in the time that I've been here since 2012. So for 14 years, I've only had one instance of cyberbullying, and that was actually within the live lesson classroom, and we were able to catch that immediately and take care of it. So what's really interesting to me is that the level of care and respect that our students have, not only for each other, but for our staff as well. So we, of course, also have the demographic of students that go to Denver Children's Hospital. We have students that are in rodeo, snowmobile racers, motorcycle racers, lots of fun things like that. We have a huge hockey following from the north or the southwestern side of the state down in the Alpine Jackson area. So lots of different reasons why students come to virtual. Definitely want to make sure that we're continuing to offer that across the state. We do understand that funding is an interesting topic and it's very complicated. And we do offer numerous things with the funding that we do receive from Bighorn County School District #1, including curriculum, special education services outside of what is reimbursable. So we do have supports at the Pearson level that our parent company that do offer consult for our school, and we use that a lot. This last year, we actually used a lot of legal consults services to ensure that we're upholding the laws and compliance in all of the special population areas. We've worked with DFS more and more, and with the student mental health issues that are going on across the nation and especially in Wyoming. And so we want to make sure that we're bringing in that legal consult to ensure we're supporting that. We also have the Cook Center for Human Connection that we're going to be using this year to provide more resources, not just for students, but for families in general, and offering some coaching to parents and even some therapy to them. So we also do, of course, the state testing and reporting, technology and infrastructure, enrollment and student services. The enrollment process is a little bit of a beast because parents have to bring those records in and have them reviewed prior to being enrolled, and then we request the cumulative file. So there's a lot of review and making sure that we have all the documentation needed for that enrollment. And then student engagement, again, I spoke to that. We have a lot of clubs and activities that we try to do virtually and online. Plus we have national clubs and local clubs. So trying to just really connect those students. And then of course, our school administration and human resources as well. As far as hiring teachers goes, I actually hire all the teachers. And so I interview all of those teachers. We have a pretty rigorous interview process where we do applications, digital interviews, and then over Zoom interviews and go from there. So any other open to questions?
Any questions for the folks from either one of you from Wyoming Connections Academy? Yes, go ahead, Representative Kelly.
Yes, thank you. I'll be the one-trick pony. Any insight? Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Any insight onto the difficulties in delivering mathematics?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Kelly. So I think that the issue with the math has been, since I've started with Wyoming Connections Academy, I was actually an elementary teacher and did teach math prior to becoming the administrator. And it is a difficult subject to teach because the students are at home and not always in front of the teacher. 80+% of our communication is nonverbal. I can't see when a student scrunches their eyebrows. I can't see when they start looking out the window. I can't see when they have those questions and those frustrations. And so more and more what we're seeing where our scores may be here and now they're here, we are seeing that a lot of parents don't have the ability to be right there with their student as they're going through the lesson. And if you have children and you say, how was your math lesson today? It was great. They're not going to say, I was so frustrated about how to understand multiplying and dividing fractions. So we are piloting this year a program that was successful in Indiana, where we are requiring students to attend live lessons for math every day. And then they're also, if they're determined as being a tier 2 or tier 3, they're required to have teacher-led interventions instead of utilizing a computer-based intervention program. And we're very hopeful that that will be helpful to increase that accountability measure and the student learning.
Any other questions? Yes, go ahead, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Schuler. And I'd just like to say thank you. One of the objectives of this discussion is just for the education of the committee. So thank you for enlightening us.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would like to add, Senator Schuler, Chairman, that we also have another program that we are sponsoring through Bighorn County School District 1, and that is through Open Ed. They're known with this as Wyoming Choice Academy. And so we will be enrolling hopefully about 75 kids into that program this year.
I appreciate that and appreciate all the information as well. It's nice to hear it from you here, but it's also nice that you sent us quite a bit of information. So if there's no other questions, we'll move on to the next person. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Definitely. Thank you,
Oh, yeah.
Chairwoman Schuler and Co-Chair Andrew and committee. My name is Clark Coberly. I'm the superintendent of Weston County School District number 7 in Upton. And we have a different arrangement as far as the other school districts you've talked about, very similar to Superintendent Chalk's arrangement with her program. We partner with Braintree Educational Services. And I look at my notes, and we're going into the 7th year of Braintree operating in the state. However, the first year they operated, their host district was Park 16 in Meeteetse, and we took over after that first year with them. So just to kind of tell you a little bit about Braintree, we do not hire anybody. We partner with them. They hire their staff. There are 133 Braintree staff members. They operate in 7 different states across the country. They have 21 certified teachers in Wyoming to go through PTSB certification. And Chairwoman Schuler, you asked earlier, we work with them and to help kind of bridge through PTSB to be able to help them get certified. And it's an important note that goes into our annual accreditation review, the virtual program. Shannon referred to Jessica at WDE. She double checks to make sure that they've gone through that training. And there was actually kind of a gap that some of the staff didn't have their virtual ed training. So we made sure that they hit that qualification. But they also have 33 other staff members residing in the state of Wyoming. And some of them are actually certified teachers that teach for the Indiana program or the Arizona program or Idaho as well. Just a lot of questions have been asked, and I'm going to try and hit all of them. As far as enrollment goes, the first year we operated the program, we had 400, or partnered with the program, we had 495 students. Last year, it peaked at an ADM, virtual ADM of 622. Last year, we had 553 students, and I also want to point out, it's just a K-8 program. So last year we had 533. Right now, though, we're only anticipating an enrollment of 330 students in the virtual program because there are a number of families that are anticipating taking advantage of the ESA program. So that's where we're looking at that. Our vendor fee arrangement, and I believe Senator Schuler and Senator Scott asked what motivates or what is our clientele, where do they come from? I got a handout from our program that we put together that it came in after the deadline, so I was not able to submit it to LSO, apologize. But there's kind of a scatter plot of the state on here and all corners throughout, some located here. So they're coming in from all over the state for whatever reason. I have the privilege of being able to serve as the testing coordinator when we do statewide testing. I've done that every year we've won the program either in Upton or I go to Gillette. The first year we did the program, I was down here, I was in Cheyenne, went to Gillette. So got a chance to meet some of the families. We have world-class junior skiers. We have some kids that are on a rodeo circuit that they choose to go into the program because they're not able to meet some of the attendance requirements that they would have in their BRICS program and that type of thing. So they have some of that flexibility that way. We also, there's some of the clientele, it's kind of the same reasons why people choose to homeschool. And quite honestly, a lot of our virtual program clientele forget that they're enrolled in a school district in the state of Wyoming and bound to some of the same rules and regulations. They think they're just homeschooled. So we have to kind of remind them of that and work with it. But some of them don't like what we do in our BRICS program. And so they're in their local district and they don't have an alternative to go to the town down the road. So they go into a virtual program like they would if they choose to homeschool. So if we had 553 students, there's probably 553 different reasons as far as why they did that. I do think some of it may have been a concern like Shannon brought up about maybe relationships in their local district. But I think a lot of the parents like the freedom and flexibility that they have by operating in a virtual program. Our vendor fee arrangement is a little more unique than the other districts. 80% of the difference between the block grant funds generated by all students and the block grant funds generated by the brick and mortar schools or our brick and mortar students go to the virtual program. Our initial year we started, it was a 90-10 arrangement, and then it became 87-13. We renegotiated. I'm kind of sad to hear that everybody else has tighter restrictions or less flexibility. We renegotiated this annually as long as we've worked with them. We did give them a 2-year commitment last year, but we started renegotiating our contract with them this spring when we saw what was happening with the change in funding due to the recalibration bill. In order for us to be able to continue to have that arrangement, we got on a Zoom and started changing a few things because there was some funding, parts of the funding in recalibration that affected us since everything was just specifically block grant. All of those things were ADM generated when things started going to the silo, when the change in insurance, the change in retirement funding, that put pressures on us. Also, the co-located school funding change that took place in recalibration also affected us because we are a K-8 building in my bricks and mortar program as well. So the students in the virtual program belong to Upton Middle School and Upton Elementary School as well. So that was kind of a change. And then also the 2-year rolling average affected our funding, the change to a 2-year rolling average as opposed to having the 3-year rolling average. So some advantages of being able to operate a statewide virtual program is it's an option for students throughout the state of Wyoming that allows them continued enrollment in a Wyoming school district, not just being not enrolled as what would be viewed as a homeschool student. Also, for lack of a better word or phrase, students are kept track of, in quotes, so to speak, when we talk about our accountability in the statewide testing. The lack of a testing requirement for homeschool students, our students are tested. And I shared with you how we do that. The other districts had also talked to you about how that goes on. We are looking forward to some flexibility to being able to test in the interim because we feel that the state summative scores would be better because that leads us to some of the disadvantages that we face, that we take on as a virtual education partner. The testing scores that you will see, Representative Kelly, that as our bricks and mortar program, the last 2 years would be either exceeding or meeting expectations, but because of the lower achievement scores that have really kind of resulted from the virtual program on the average, we have to write a school improvement plan. I work with the partner. The third goal of our school improvement plan is we talk about the verbiage of their very I think it's a great program. They're a very strong multi-tiered system of support program that we identify the students through the K-3 literacy program as well. So we do our universal screener. Students who are not performing at grade level go into this multi-tiered system of support. One of the benefits of that and tied to our school improvement plan, we have seen that even our virtual student program, or the students with the virtual program, have demonstrated gains in both growth and equity by having that extra little attention than they had before with the MTSS program. It is a challenge testing hundreds of students across the state. Our partner did, Dr. Bollinger in Niobrara County referred to having to test them all in one day. We give the families that choice right now. We arranged our schedule the last year that we can break up testing over 2 days, just like we would do, not over 2 days in a week, but they can go back to back. They don't have to take the full battery of tests in one day if they have that option. Yeah, I think the other thing too is a very unique problem that we have, or I don't know, it's more of a challenge that we've been able to overcome. The first 3 years of the program that we partnered, we delivered all of the special education services. For those that we could do virtually, we did them virtually. If for physical therapy, occupational therapy, we contracted with local providers, but we still are in charge of the special education program. And now we use their teachers to now deliver the interventions, but we oversee how that looks and how that goes about. So the math question. Since I have had the opportunity to kind of observe and you don't get to know all 553 kids in the virtual program like you would in the regular classroom, but I've been able to observe the testing and get to visit with the kids in between test sessions and those type of things. One of the things that, and this is more theoretical, like Shannon talked about, is if there are students who are not getting it in mathematics, you need to intervene with them a lot quicker. And there is a barrier to being able to do that in a virtual program. And I think that contributes to it. I've been able to observe students who are advanced in English language arts do an outstanding job. And they turn around and they're below basic in math. Same kids. Successful and that type of thing. But I think they do struggle with some of the mathematical concepts. I also think there's a challenge for parental assistance and that type of thing, because they do get that, they get help from the teachers, but yet that follow-up help needs to come from the home as well too. And I think there's some of that barrier that what I've been able to observe in conversations with some of the virtual program parents is some of those students have a greater inclination for a love of literacy. And so they'll read and they'll do a great job. They may not have the same affinity for mathematics. And so there's just kind of that interest inherently that makes that a barrier too. And I think that interest is also part of their environment. It's easier for mom or dad to help them with reading and English language arts too, but just a challenge with mathematics. So I'm glad that you brought up that observation, because Representative Kelly, because I've noticed the same thing, how the same kids are here in ELA, but yet really struggling in mathematics.
Do you have a follow-up question? Something besides math? Go ahead, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Something just caught my attention. It was the school improvement plan. You're obviously aware of and addressing any issues you see with the students. You're on top of these things. How helpful do you find a mandated school improvement plan to have to turn into the state?
Boy, that's a question for
open there.
Senator Schuler to Representative Kelly. I view the school improvement plan, how we've utilized it. I was the elementary middle school principal in Upton for 12 years before I assumed this role. We are constantly, as building leaders, looking to, we focus on continuous school improvement. We want to be able to do better. And so we're always doing that work regardless. And so the benefit that the current format has helped us with, I've had 4 elementary middle school principals in the past 6 years. Being able to have that continuity in a change of leadership has been very beneficial to me. I would also say the structure that's in place right now with the Department of Education and the support that we've been receiving from WDE right now has been stronger than it had been in previously. So I think the focus is beneficial. So put all of that together, I feel the format we've got right now is more beneficial than it had been historically, and it supports changes in leadership. The other thing that is a good format is it's not top down. It's driven and designed through our staff in the building. And when you have more skin in the game because you made those commitments, it makes it a little bit more beneficial. So I'd say our current format, having that as a degree of accountability helps us be more accountable to each other. And that's my experience in our building and how we've been able to leverage and magnify that. So,
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much for the information. Thanks for your time.
thank you for the conversation. Appreciate the work you guys do.
All right, who's up next?
Madam Chairwoman, my name is Jeremy Smith. I'm the business manager for Sheridan County School District Number 1.
And I am Fred Hollingshead. I'm the director of the Cowboy State Virtual Academy in Sheridan 1.
Madam Chairwoman, mostly I'm here as a phone a friend and to answer any questions, but Mr. Hollingshead is a experienced principal and a capable orator himself, so I'm just going to shut up. But I do have before I forget, I will address an idea for Representative Williams and Lusk, specific contract issue. So I have an idea for you, sir.
I'm glad to hear that because I had no solutions when we talked about it before, other than I think you need to get a new contract. So,
Madam Chairwoman, it's a little bit because I'm kind of a butthead, and I'm going to give you what you can get away with doing.
Thank you. Okay.
And this is frankly why I'm glad he's on my side. There was, maybe it was last year, 2 years ago, we were talking about virtual ed at one of our committee meetings here, and I got asked questions about some funding or something. And at the time, I was not the one to answer, so I had to phone a friend. And I don't know if you remember, but you came up and saved me at that time because I was kind of clueless. So, well, you've heard a lot of testimony already about how the programs run. And honestly, I feel a lot of it applies to us, but a lot of it doesn't. The Cowboy State Virtual Academy operates very uniquely, I think, compared to the other virtual programs in the state. I would tell you the CSVA is very asynchronous, meaning kids can work at their own pace. They do not have times of scheduled times during the week that they have to be in an online class. We've talked about, the other programs have talked about their staffing. We have 5 staff members who work only online as teachers. We have 17 brick and mortar teachers in our district who take on additional students from the CSVA. We have 2 staff members who I would say are in the student supports areas. We have a counselor and an academic coach. We have my assistant, administrative assistant, and myself. That's our staffing. But none of our teachers have scheduled times during the week. There's not a 9 o'clock Monday math class that kids have to be online for. And so our staff members are available to kids as needed. And I think from one perspective, you might think of them almost as tutors rather than teachers. The curriculum is designed in such a way by our vendor to be able to be learned by the students as they go. But of course, they're kids and there's times when they don't understand something. And so our teachers may meet with them online via Zoom or Google Meet. They may just work with them through chat. I've had teachers call parents and call students before and support them over the phone. So we operate in a very unique way, I think, compared to the other districts.
I think, Madam Chairwoman, it's important to know all of our teachers reside within Sheridan County. And the two staff members who don't reside within Sheridan County are the counselor and the graduation coach. One resides in Casper, one resides in Riverton. But yeah, and we hire, pay them. They have standard teacher contracts, all the same expectations. Just again, 17 of them are also brick and mortar teachers. It's just a different version of how we do it.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That brings up an interesting question. Is there ever an attempt to do any type of hybrid education meeting face-to-face with these students when it's required, or maybe even if they make a request?
Go ahead, Mr. Hollingshead.
Yeah, Chairman Schuler, Representative Kelly, thank you for the question. We actually do that in a variety of different ways. So a teacher may request a student to meet with them if they're struggling or if they feel like they need additional support that way. You've heard from other programs, some different ways of doing intervention. 2 years ago, we started doing math intervention, and you had brought up the difficulties in math. We've seen it with us as well, with our students. And so we have one of our staff members who is a brick and mortar staff member. She is our math interventionist, and starting in 3rd grade, we enroll students in their grade level math class, but we also enroll them in a second math class and do diagnostic testing with them. And if kids are at grade level on their diagnostic assessments, they're exited from that intervention class. And if they're not, they remain in that intervention class. And she will work with those students in a variety of ways. First of all, the curriculum is completely different in terms of the way it's designed and it's delivered compared to our standard curriculum, which the student also remains in. But then the kids who struggle and need even more support, she meets with them in sort of that hybrid model that you just mentioned. I don't know that we look at it as hybrid. It's more of an intervention just to meet with them, talk about what concepts that are missing, but it is a hybrid model. And it's one way that we do that.
Other questions for either Mr. Smith or Mr. Hollingshead?
One
Anything
thing
else you want to add?
Madam Chairwoman, just to reiterate, our district started this program in 2018, really as a support to our homeschool population within Sheridan County. Obviously, people make decisions on the sort of mechanism or the delivery model for their families. And we've, like every other county, lots of families choose to homeschool. And so we really started this program as a way to support those families in that way. And it grew, and then COVID happened, and then it got really big, and we scaled and then came right back down to a much smaller size. I think we'll be at about 200 students this fall, K-12. Most of our students are in the secondary schools, 6-12. The delivery, the modality of learning just works a little bit better for an older student. So.
And that's probably a question that I maybe should have asked all the other folks that came through that have K-8 or K-12 programs. How do you think the little ones do with virtual? Because, we're talking about that recalibration here in a couple of weeks. How do they, they're not being tested, of course, until 4th grade, but how do you think they do overall?
Yeah. So first of all, I tell our parents sincerely, the best place for students is in a classroom in front of a great teacher. Unfortunately, that's not always available to them for a variety of different reasons. It may be family choice because they're traveling, and we have skiers and rodeo kids as well, and those kinds of things. But regardless, the biggest impact when there's not a live teacher in front of a student is probably at that K-2 level. The kids that are learning to read, it requires a ton of parental support. And if parents are not ready to sit down next to their student and do school with them, the students are going to struggle and they probably won't be with us for very long, we would make a recommendation for another setting for those students. But we have all of those conversations up front during the enrollment interview. And we get a commitment from the parent. And I think the parents of our youngest students take that commitment very seriously. They're making the choice to move their students online. They understand the work that they're going to have to do to support, and they do. And so our students do really well at the K2 level, but it's because they have great parental support. And the kids that don't do as well.
Yes. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add on there from my experience, quite often when you have online students for first and second grade, the online lessons are most beneficial to the parents who are actually teaching the kids at that point, because the kids aren't really sitting there learning on their own.
Good point. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much for taking the time and for hanging with us. We appreciate the information.
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Williams, I'm certainly not the business manager for Niobrara 1, but if I were, this is what I would advise their superintendent. He who has the gold makes the rules.
Let me interrupt
Yeah, go
real
ahead.
quick. Just for the sake of the committee's time, you and I could have this
Okay.
conversation off.
Fair
sidebar.
enough. Yeah, no, I appreciate that and happy to help you. So thank
And
you.
I would.
And that way you won't charge for that information.
It'll be free.
Yeah.
We can talk about that later. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Sounds great.
Chairman, I would just like to, I'd just like to thank everybody for having this discussion, because virtual education's advancing faster than, speaking for myself, than I can keep up. So thanks everybody for the education. I really appreciate it. And these discussions, these conversations are just bringing awareness to us and awareness to everyone of the challenges you face, and no legislation necessary for some of these challenges to be resolved. But like, for instance, the conversation that we've been having about just making prep materials available for the assessment testing, available to the virtual students, just like they're available to the brick and mortar students. I mean, it's just something I hadn't thought of. And so thank you all. The challenge remains that lots of challenges remain, but like when a virtual school's assessments, their assessment score warrant a plan for improvement, that a plan applies to the brick and mortar also, just because of the arrangement that we have. And it's just something for me to keep in mind, for us all to keep in mind as we move forward. So thank you for helping me understand.
Thank you, Representative Williams. And also, I was just going to ask the chief here of the WD if you have anything at all you want to add on the assessment piece, or is that something we'll just kind of take a look at in the future?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Department of Ed, not to add, but just to reiterate on that assessment piece, this will be the first time where we do allow online proctoring of YTOP. So, hopefully that's more convenient for everybody, and hopefully it improves scores too.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, if there's nothing else, we didn't really have a bill for this particular area. It was mainly just education for the committee, and we've gotten a lot of education. So we appreciate all of you guys and your time and effort. We do have a section here for some committee directives. And so I'll open it up. What kind of directives do you have, folks? And also I do need to just remind you, I think I got a little something here that I need to announce, that just remember that LSO has the ability to make technical changes in finalizing any of the bill drafts that have been sponsored thus far. They'll still have to go to the director in the bill processing. So just wanted to mention that. So what other bills do we have? Anything else? Are we good?
I think we did it on the way.
Oh, we did it. So we're good. Nobody has anything else. This is an amazing committee, don't you think? And besides that, we're early, and I think we should mark that on the calendar, because how often do we have a committee that finishes as early as we did?
And it rained.
And it rained, and we got rain today. So thanks everybody for your time, your effort, and all your information. And with that,
Madam Chair, I will just read this. This is an important piece. This committee meets next September 15th. It's a joint meeting with your Joint Appropriations Committee, and the focus of that meeting will be to discuss the external cost adjustment to be applied in school year 2027-28. The recommendation of that meeting comes from this body, this committee. The Joint Appropriations Committee makes its own independent recommendation in October. It'll be an online only meeting. We will have a room in the Capitol, but I just wanted to remind the committee of that. Additionally, the Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration, which 5 members of this committee are part of, will meet August 25th and 26th in Cheyenne. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmarth. I forgot to mention that, and I appreciate you doing that. Thanks so much. If there's nothing else, then we'll go ahead and adjourn. Happy trails on the way home, everyone.